Yes, Karen, I see your finger up. I just want to add one more. Microphone, please.
Just wanted to add one more thing to the personnel, and that's recruiting.
Good point. Recruiting. Okay, so what does the board feel about the current structure and the committees as they stand?
Mayor,
Bill.
I assume you're talking about what has been presented to us here tonight?
Yeah, and just a general discussion about what we feel about committees and are they serving a useful purpose, and is this something we want to continue, or do we want to reorganize things?
Well, I think the committees serve a purpose. However, I'm a little bit hesitant to write down a lot because I think that a lot of these long explanations sometimes can entrap us, and future boards may not choose to follow this. So if this is what you're doing, fine, but as far as anything else, I would be hesitant to go forward with anything.
Other thoughts? I know Sam had some specific thoughts about definitions, roles, and responsibilities from a risk analysis point of view. Dave, you look like you were going to say something.
Yeah, I think one of the fears that I had about a committee structure was, and I may be wrong about this, but previous town administrators may have set up the committee structure in order to keep in-depth conversations about where the town is going out of the view of the public, because it's hard for the public to attend committee meetings because they're usually typically during business hours. And so, you know, I've noticed as being a member of a committee since I've joined the board that there are really in-depth discussions that we have about policy and those kind of things, but those generally don't make it into the public eye. So that's one of the concerns I have about the committee structure. And here's where I hold two competing thoughts simultaneously. The thing I like about the committee structure is that some on the board are actually getting in depth into that area and making recommendations that are vetted and thought out before they come to the board. So I can see the advantages of doing that. The disadvantages is the transparency.
Yes, Trustee Bear.
One individual or two individuals on a committee don't speak for the council. Nothing is final until the council votes on it. And when a committee has in-depth knowledge of certain subjects that the council doesn't have knowledge of, and then has to be brought up to date rapidly, I think that you are putting other individuals on the council at a disadvantage. That's my say, and that's why you'll find that the Public Works comments are very brief. Public Works meets once a month. We review what's going on, find out what the concerns are. We don't make policy. We don't discuss the policy. Those decisions are made here in the council chambers.
Other comments? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, just looking over the descriptions, it seems like we're all on different pages, which is not surprising since we didn't have anything formal written and no real guideline for what a formal committee structure would look like. I guess my question is, what do we want the role of the committees to be? Do the committees exist to bring information to the board in more detail than the board can otherwise achieve on our twice monthly meetings? Do the committees exist to work with staff and help staff on issues that they may be having? I think that's a top level decision we need to think about before we make a decision on what our committees should be doing.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts? Well, personally, having served on, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tammy, you go first.
It just seems to me that the different committees have very different jobs, have very different direction. They take very different directions. You know, we're just checking in on public works, utilities, facilities. Should add the airport in there. I believe that's under our committee structure, committee duties. But like finance has a lot more to do than we do. We still have a lot to do, but they're very different dynamics in the different committees. So to say that all the committees should do the same thing, I don't think would work, just based on what we have today. And the differences, as was pointed out, the differences in the opinions of what the roles and responsibilities should be.
Yes, Mick.
I know on different items that the GAPS committee has been asked to do, we have continually asked the board for their direction and guidance. So yeah, we don't expect to, you know, speak for the board. And also, as far as the public is concerned, we do YouTube all of our meetings. So those are available for the public to view and comment on. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Like I said, so having served on a couple of different committees during my time on the board, I think the committees do serve a useful function. For example, Public Works, to look at all the bids and look at them in depth, because you have more expertise in some of that area than some of the rest of us. To look at that and then bring forth a recommendation, I think, is really helpful to the board. Finance, I mean, you guys sign checks. I mean, that's your absolute bottom line thing, but you do a lot of work too. For example, doing the salary survey, making sure that we're in line with other communities of our size, as well as, you know, looking at the personnel policies and making sure they're up to date and things like that, which is, again, another valuable service to the board. And GAPS, you guys have done some really amazing work with your surveys and the like. And again, I think it's a real service to the public and the board for all of this. So for me, it's not a question of do we need committees, it's do we need regular committee meetings once a month, or do we need more of an ad hoc kind of things? If an issue comes up, for example, we need background information on short-term rentals, then GAPS can go off and find that information, but not necessarily meet every month if you don't have some kind of direction to go forward. Same with Public Works. You know, if there's not something that needs in-depth investigation, but a bid's come up and we need to look at the bids or contracts or the like, you maybe organize that and have you guys operate at that point. And so it's more of an as-needed basis. It seems like the one committee that needs to be there all the time is the finance, because again, they have to sign checks. So that's my humble opinion. Yeah, Trustee Bear.
Well, I think for the Public Works Committee, I think once a month is more than adequate. I think that more often than not, what comes out of our discussions are events on the horizon that may not be fully out in the view of the public. For instance, this last one is the ongoing need for some major work at the sewer plant, which is really never been a topic of discussion in the board meetings, but it's coming on the horizon. But I constantly remind myself that a committee cannot swerve into the lanes that the staff operates on. We have our own lanes. We're not supposed to be influencing the staff or telling them what to do. If we can ask questions, we can bring it back to the council. But I think that we need to stay in our lanes and staff stays in their lanes.
Thank you, Bill. And I would agree. I think that's one of the strengths of our committees is I don't think we have a committee out there that's directing staff or poking their nose into the affairs of staff and other personnel where we're not supposed to. I think all the committees bring their stuff back to the board, and that's the decision-making capacity. So I think we're doing really well as far as that goes. Other thoughts in a minute? Michelle?
Yeah, Mayor Backren, you mentioned the potential for ad hoc committees
Yeah.
Versus standing committees. And I think that's a good idea. I think that would really solidify the relationship of the board providing guidance. And then the committee does the work, and then the committee brings it back to the board, versus the committee has a meeting, the board hasn't provided any guidance or given any direction, and so the committee is going to discuss whatever might be on their mind. So I like the idea of doing ad hoc that's driven by board direction. Along with that, I wonder if we need to have, in that case, standing committee members, or if it would make more sense with each of those ad hoc issues that come up, consider whether this is something where we need 2 board members to sit down and gather the information, whether we might assign it to 1 board member who has the appropriate expertise and can then bring it back to the board. You know, rather than strictly using that 2-person standing committee structure, base it on what we need and who has the expertise and how many people we actually need to make that decision. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Are there other thoughts on that subject? Yes. Ms. Butcher.
I was just thinking, if we were doing these ad hoc things, not necessarily finance, but like the surveys that you did, if we could also invite certain citizens who have expertise in this area to be there when we're investigating or whatever we're doing. Thanks.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot. The only hoop would be, how do we get timely intervention from the public unless we already have a list of people we know who have the expertise that we can invite? And then again, there could be a lot of people out there who we don't know who have the expertise who would be happy to serve. So again, notice and getting involvement and that kind of thing. But I think it's a great idea. Other comments? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, just a thought on that. We could just put it out generally, hey, if you have expertise on an issue that's coming before the board and you're interested in participating, let us know your area of expertise and we'll keep a list. And then we can always go to that list. If we don't have one for a particular topic, we can ask at the meeting or have a certain period of time that we'll solicit people who might be interested. I think since they would be participating at a committee level and not a decision-making level, it wouldn't have to be terribly formal. And we're just trying to get people who are willing to help.
That's a very good point. Other thoughts from the board? Yes, Dave.
One thing that's nice about inviting the public to join in work for the board would be, this is a way to farm future trustees and get more people involved in government.
That's a very good point. Other comments? Okay. Yes, Michelle.
Just one more, maybe kind of a radical idea, and I don't know if this would work, but I was thinking about, we're talking about this being a possibility except for finance. That's the sticking point because finance has to sign checks. At the same time, that creates this silo where we've got 2 board members who are very familiar with that process, very familiar with what it looks like, how our checks go out, and the rest of the board members who are not. So I wonder if that has to be a standing committee or if we could rotate board members for signing checks to just add extra sets of eyes to the process and make sure that all of the board members fully understand the process.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. The only problem is the signatories on the checking account. I don't think it's wise to have every board member as a signatory on the checking account.
could we have one standing member and then the other member rotates among the trustees?
Again, they would have to be a signatory
We need
on the
two
account.
signs,
Yeah,
two signatures.
two
for checks. Okay.
signatures. Yeah, Dave.
Well, I like that idea. This is a very opportune time to do it, and I'm gone in October, so it might be nice to temporarily appoint someone from the board to cover with Karen, especially since our treasurer has resigned, you know, that we need to have that extra, and now would be the time to get the signatures straightened out. It doesn't take that long at a bank, so.
I don't know. Maybe the two banking people could fill us in. What do you think about having multiple signatories on an account?
So I can't speak to the way UBB operates. What I can say is that in my experience, it's going to be a process. Whether you're adding one person or you're adding 7 people, the process is about the same to change signatories. So even if we were to add all board members as signatories, it would still require 2, right? So you still have that check that no one board member could sign off on anything. And I don't think it would be more complex than adding one more signatory on it.
Okay.
I wouldn't disagree with that. It's just, you would just have to have that person go in and, you know, be appointed a signatory, and yeah, it isn't that complicated. It just seems like it would be kind of confusing maybe on our end, not so much the bank's end, you know.
Well, I guess we should run it by CIRSA and make sure that this would work with CIRSA and run it by Bo for legalities on it, because heaven forfend, someone should steal checks and connive 2 board members into signing an unauthorized check. So I think we need to do some checking. Yes, Dave.
I think it does open us up too much to risk if all 7 board members are signing. Why wouldn't we? And I like the idea of rotating. So, I mean, a 6-month rotation or a 1-year rotation, something like that might work. But make it very specific and keep it very restricted.
I agree. Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I would support that from a security standpoint, and just to keep it a little more consistent, maybe every 6 months, the 2 signers, you just do a change out with the bank as long as they're comfortable accommodating that frequently to change.
And actually, you could have them 3 months and 3 months on a 6-month schedule, and that way more people could perhaps take part in it. Yeah. Thoughts from this end of the table?
I just remember that when the election was held, they kept us in the same committees just because it was easier rather than having to change all of everything. And, you know, it's too bad that we can't have 3 trustees at a place, because to have someone observe would be good. But like Dave said, during October, he's not going to be here. So another trustee could very well sit in and observe how it's done and learn what happens.
And actually, when the committees were set up, I asked everyone what their preference was and went by and large with the preferences. Yes, Michelle.
Sorry, just one more thought on what Karen had to say. Is there any reason that the check signing meetings couldn't be publicly noticed, and then we could have a 3rd trustee there? But isn't that the only sticking point for why we can't have a 3rd trustee attend that meeting?
It has to be publicly noticed 24 hours in advance and all the rest
Yeah,
of that.
I
And
think
an
it always
agenda
happens at the
set
same
and all the
time
rest
and-
of that, yeah.
Yeah.
So it has to be run as a public meeting.
Mm-hmm. Which, given how consistent it is, it seems like that would be fairly easy. The agenda would be exactly the same every time, signing checks, and it would just be a matter of making sure it was published in advance.
Corinne, you want to weigh in on that one?
So I'd want to confirm, following the meeting that we had with Sam Light from CIRSA, but I do believe if we post in an agenda, the agenda just has to be specific on what's being done. So If the public portion of the meeting that there would be more than 2 trustees at was the review of, the check signing from the approved disbursements, that would be the agenda item. But if there were any other discussions or things that the Finance and Personnel Committee would be doing that was not going to be subject to that public, then we would just need to make that clear so that the third trustee exited, or if the third trustee was going to remain, we would have to clearly identify everything that was being discussed at the meeting, and it would need to be posted a minimum of 24 hours in advance, and would be a publicly posted meeting. It doesn't have to be run like a meeting with minutes and opening, but it would have to be posted and a record of that posting.
That was my concern, is that we would have to keep minutes in the whole 9 yards. Yes, Bill?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but 3 trustees together can make decisions. That's one of the reasons why our bylaws forbid us to have 3 people together. Because you put 3 people together, maybe it's not this council, maybe it's another council, and actions can be taken. And especially if you don't even take notes, you don't know what went on.
I think, Bill, that you have to have a quorum of the board, which means you have to have at least 4 people.
That's what our rules state.
Right.
I just wanted to bring something up that was triggered by this discussion about finance and personnel. It may be wise to separate personnel from that committee, and the reason I say that is because when listening to Trustee Pattison, there are specific times of the year that there is a personnel thing that has to be done, like the salary survey, like reviewing employee reviews, like looking at job descriptions, and it's a specific, discrete task that we could then say, who wants to take this on? So we have a finance committee, and then personnel becomes ad hoc, kind of like what some of the stuff GAPS is we're dealing with. Their stuff could be ad hoc. And so that frees up the board from these regular meetings and allows those things not to be held back, but treated as a special project.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah. So, Mr. Bruner, you did want to say something, I'm assuming? Okay. Hey, turn on the mic.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Name and street.
It's interesting.
No, name and
Streets are redacted from Cora documents. I don't understand why I need to give my street address here in public.
Because that's part of our procedures, so name and street, please.
Okay, Bill Bruner, 2nd Street, Paonia.
Thank you.
Thank you. So starting from the bottom, working back up. Yeah, you have to have a quorum, I think, to make any decisions, and I don't think you can make any decisions without a record in the minutes of those decisions. So in order for any decision to be made in a committee meeting, I think it would have to meet those requirements. But I think 3 trustees in a committee is a very good idea because it would make it a public meeting, which it should be. I think having committees that are self-describing is a very odd idea. It's indicative of, I think, part of the way this board is going wrong. It's letting trustees take the bit in their teeth and run off in whatever direction they want to run. The purpose of the board is oversight and long-range planning, and then you have management that goes to the staff. And I think if you look carefully with an objective eye at your committee descriptions, a lot of it is meddling and management. Where do we get the idea that it's the board's responsibility to make sure that we're paying our staff as much as we possibly can? Our staff is completely capable of advocating for their own salary levels. They do it regularly and with great effect. To have the board in there advocating for staff raises, is that actually a policy of this board? If it's not, it's an example of board members taking on an assignment and going with it when it's really not part of their business. And meddling in management is specifically prohibited. And it's happening. And this business of dividing areas up and handing them to committees compartmentalizes the functions of the board members. And this is exactly the setup that made it possible for Kristen Chesnick to go through the shenanigans she went through. There was a finance committee that was responsible to follow her actions. They weren't doing it, and other trustees tried to step in and were prohibited from even asking questions about that area. So I think you should be very careful about the compartmentalization of duties with these boards. I think you should stick with your function, which is long-range planning and oversight. And I don't see much of that in these committee descriptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Watson.
Suzanne Watson, 2nd Street. I emailed the trustees an excerpt from John Carver's Boards That Make a Difference, and it sounds like some people might have read it. It's on the CSRS's recommended reading list that Sam Light gave to you. And certainly, I'm learning just by reading these things, but one of the statements that John Carver said is, board committees are established to aid the process of governance, not management. So I'd like you to go through these different committee responsibilities that board members have written down and ask, how does this aid governance, or is it more management? So, I mean, he also was saying that there should never be a standing personnel committee because the only direction they have to go is into management. They start dabbling because that's why you hired the town administrator. They're the CEO. They're the person who is responsible for the staff. So why should the board be going there? So the ad hoc thing, he brings up the ad hoc as if there's a reason, like you need to hire a new administrator, you can do an ad hoc committee. But so when we see review with town administrator to assure all job descriptions and reviews are up to date, I want to ask, what does that have to do with governance? Governance, I thought, was more of the people. To me, that sounds like management. So I'm just asking you to go through these things and put that metric up to it. Also, it would be nice to have, if you're going to have standing committees, to have them all address budget in the sense of that committee. So it's not just the finance committee looking at budget. I mean, I'd like to see an equal distribution. So when Trustee Pattison talked about silos, that's what I'm seeing. You know, it's just people's personal interests to get represented, and it's not really a broad and equitable system, the committees. It's more just interest-based. So I do think that all of this should be with board direction. It should, I appreciate how the GAPS committee, they seem to include that in their description. They said at the direction of the board. And so I think that's what needs to come first. Everything is always board direction because you all are the board and you all are the body that makes the decision before it goes to the trustees to investigate for you, because the committee is there to assist the board, not the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Sterian.
I'm Philip Suriani. I'm from Stucker Mesa. I'm also on the Water Advisory Committee with Tammy. And listening to your conversations about committee structure, since I've been on the Water Advisory Committee and I'm an outsider, we are sort of struggling to figure out exactly what we're supposed to do. So this Water Committee was created sort of in the heat of the short water and a lot of things that happened some years ago. And the three of us that are on that committee that are outsiders, not part of the town committee structure, we have tackled some of the problems that we have sort of viewed ourselves as things that need to be discussed. But I think at least, you know, I think the water committee is a little different than finance because it's highly technical. There are certain oversight things that we can do as technical people to see that, and also I think the advisory committee should be future planning. My goal on this committee is to make sure that you have a plan. Then it's up to the water advisory people, Bill Bear and Tammy, and also staff to execute. So to the question of how we should proceed, I think having water meetings once a month is too much. My view on how this water committee should work is that we should have quarterly meetings. There should be minutes taken. They should last longer than an hour. I think these quarterly meetings could have a presenter, for example, an engineering person, something like that. We could have community members here, and we could get into in some depth in sort of an organizational future planning sort of strategy. But I think that to have us meet once a month and say, gee, I wonder how many gallons came out of finished water came out of the plant is really a waste of our time. And I have felt now for some months that meeting a month is too much. So I would encourage you to think about reorganizing that strategy. So that's it.
Thank you very much. All right. Yes, Dave.
If I may, I'd like to address some of the comments that I heard, because I think there was a lot of substance we've just heard. First of all, I do want to respond to the salaries comment that Citizen Bruner brought up. All we're recommending is the salary ranges, not individual salaries, and we're comparing ours to the other towns of similar size and budget. Yes, that is getting into the weeds a bit, and so that could be a problem, but we're not doing individual salaries of individual members. I really like the piece we just heard about looking at governance versus management, and I think separating that personnel, as we talked about before, is a really good way to get us out of that weeds, and especially me particularly. And then this idea that I just heard was that, you know, do committees have enough direction from us as board members? And it seems like, you know, this article that we just got from the mayor about getting your council out of the weeds, when I looked at that, there were 6 different levels, and really our council is only operating in levels 1 through 3. And level 1 is day-to-day operations, level 2 is constituent focus, level 3 is liquor licenses, zonings, approvals. That's not what we're doing, and what I'm hearing from the comments is we should be in strategic planning, we should be in governance expectations at all levels, and we should be at, you know, continuous improvement levels. That's the strategic piece. And it seems like the tail has been wagging the dog since I've been on the board.
Thank you, Dave. Any other comment? All right. Well, do we want to try something new and basically at this point dissolve all committees except the Finance Committee and move forward with an ad hoc kind of structure? Yes, Michelle.
I like the idea of doing that. I would support it. At the same time, I want to make sure that we're not abandoning any things that committees might be working on right now, or that if we let go of the committee structure, that some things just don't happen. So I would love to see if we're going to try to dissolve the committees, maybe we have a wind down period, so any active issues the committees are working on, they can bring a final report to the board with further recommendation, whether that's give it to an ad hoc committee, this needs more work, or we're done with this. So I'd like to see that happen, and I'd also like to see a standing item on the agenda going forward of, is there anything we want to assign to an ad hoc committee before we end the meeting? So that at every meeting, we have the opportunity to consider if there is something where we need more information and need to assign it out.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, Tammy.
I would prefer Public Works, Facilities, and Utilities continue to meet monthly. I think it's very valuable. I think the only place we may be struggling is presenting our reports in a timely manner. Something I know I can work on. But I would rather see Public Works, because Public Works is such a big part of the town operation. Continue to meet with staff and ask questions. What's going on? We do learn a lot in those meetings, and we try and convey that to the board as best we can. But I would really like to keep those meetings going. Just speaking personally, not speaking for Mr. Bear.
I would ditto that.
Michelle?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Tammy. Personally, I disagree with that, not because I don't think it's valuable, but I think it does create an informational silo with the board, where the Public Works Committee is operating with information that the board as a whole doesn't have and really needs to have if we're going to make good decisions. So I would rather see, if it's something, if there are issues that need to be discussed from a Public Works perspective monthly, I would rather see that on the agenda and part of the regular meeting, so that it's information that's going to the full board and public rather than just a subset.
Mr. Bear?
Well, I'd just like to point out that one of the things that's often left off of the meeting, because the meetings run long and late into the evening, is committee reports. So oftentimes those are left off. Perhaps if we were to put them further up on the agenda, the meeting notes could be better distributed.
Okay, other thoughts? Dave?
In listening to the comments about Public Works, I'm wondering if maybe we have two standing committees that are rotated. One is Public Works, one is Finance, and people rotate in and out of that. I think 6 months may be too short a period of time, because it takes a while to get in the saddle and get your head wrapped around that particular function. So maybe a 1-year rotation might make more sense, but I can see where those two committees would be really important committees to keep going, because it's such a huge function for the town ongoing.
Okay, other thoughts? Yes, Michelle?
I would just say, for any of our committees, I think Suzanne made a good point when she said, is it governance or is it management? And I think to say that Public Works is such a big thing that we need to communicate with the staff on a monthly basis as a committee, that feels to me like it's probably veering into management if it's not something that's brought to the board as a whole. So I'm reluctant to support that as a standing committee for that reason. I think it's too easy to get into the weeds, whereas if it's a direction from the board, something related to the water study or something related to, do we need to look at drought restrictions or whatever it may be, that's a specific topic assigned by the board. An ad hoc committee is created instead of standing, and that gives that committee an opportunity to do the additional work without getting down into the staff or the management level.
Okay. Yes, Bill?
Well, perhaps we should circle back and do away with all committees and just assign tasks from the board to individuals.
And that we can do. I mean, with the exception of Finance, which needs check signers. Yeah.
Well, the Finance Committee can serve on a 3-month basis or a 6-month basis and be rotated out into the pool.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Dave.
I know one thing that has helped me on being on the Finance Committee for a longer period of time is getting a better sense of the competence of staff. And I think that if you're only on it for about 3 months, you don't really get a feel for that. And it helps build the relationships between staff and the council. So I think that that's one thing to consider on how long someone sits on a particular committee. There's a lot of complexity in what we're doing in finance, and so I think that, you know, a 3-month thing is just kind of real flighty in my mind.
Okay. All right. Yes, Bill, you had a hand up?
Yes, so Bill Bruner, 2nd Street, Peonia. This idea of diversifying the responsibility, turning into abandoning all the committees, is I hadn't quite thought that far into it. And when I hear that idea and abandoning the Public Works Committee, I guess what it triggers me to think is, I think that there is an oversight function that the town needs to perform. And I think, especially given the presence of the water moratorium, that there is legitimate, perhaps ad hoc function of oversight of the public works as it pertains to water that the town should be doing. So if the committees are abandoned, please be sure that the functions of oversight are maintained in some way and not just abandoned, because there is a legitimate need for oversight from the board, and you need, it's a fine line. That's why you guys are here to figure it out, but please consider that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Michelle.
It's gone.
Okay, never mind then.
May I cut in?
Yeah.
Okay, Dave.
I think we were pretty well on track when we said, how about the committees all coming up by the next meeting with, these are the ongoing things that need to be ad hoc, and this is why it should be standing or not, and hear from the committees on that first before we dive into a decision about disbanding everything.
I think that's a great idea. All right, do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I'd like to move that in preparation for redesigning the committee structure, that each committee be asked to provide 2 pieces of information to the board. First, committee assignments that are ad hoc ongoing that need to be addressed. And secondly, whether the committee needs to be a standing committee or not.
All right, do I hear a second? Okay, further discussion from the board? People are writing furiously. No, I'm writing furiously too. I want to make sure I get it correct. Yeah, but first I want to get this down. Oh, I forget the word. What was the word you used, Dave? No, the current committee's assignments? Okay.
I'm
No,
sorry, that
the
need to-
current committee assignments that need to be
Yeah.
completed.
on an ad hoc basis, and then if there's a rationale for a standing committee
Okay,
in their area, what that rationale would be.
okay. All right, thank you. Yes, Suzanne.
Suzanne Watson, Second Street. So I don't know, I know, there are different levels of interest. Okay, so first of all, is this the last question? After this vote, are you going to still talk about this topic? Or is this the final?
Well, we're going to move on to mayor roles and responsibilities.
Okay, so I think it's a good idea maybe not to make the decision tonight, because I think some information has come up and sometimes it's good to ponder. You could think about work sessions, perhaps, if there's a public works thing. Not everybody has to attend, and if no votes are taken and it's just a discussion of the things on the table or issues, the trustees who are interested can come, and it's almost like a committee meeting. You can, if it's only once a month or once every other month. So work sessions might be a thought if they're less formal than we've always done. And as far as how long of a term for the ad hoc, or like the finance committee, I wouldn't say anything more than 8 months, because when you think there's some board members that get elected that are only going to be on for 2 years, and it would be nice to give them a chance to see what that finance committee is like. And maybe some people will never be interested, but if you choose a term that's too long, there's some board members who will never get to participate. So I guess that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so we have any further discussion? All right, we have a motion on the table to, at the next meeting, review current committee assignments and what still needs to be completed on an ad hoc basis, and then a rationale for standing committees. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I'd like to amend the motion to add using the screen of governance and management that the committee looks through each one of the tasks and decides what's government and management. So I'd like to add
All
that
right.
to the assignment as amendment to the motion.
Do I have a second on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that amendment motion passes. So now we have the main motion, which is at the next meeting to discuss current committee assignments that need to be completed on an ad hoc basis and the rationale for any standing committees using the screen of governance and management. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, let's move on to mayor role and responsibilities. So I have outlined, I added all the legal stuff. It's pretty simple, actually, what the mayor is supposed to do. And the one comment I want to make about mayoral roles and responsibilities, outside of what is actually prescribed for in the law, it pretty much is up to each mayor as to how much they take on. I know Neil Schriederman attended a lot of out-of-area meetings and was a representative in a much larger way. I don't know how much Charles took on. Maybe Corinne has a better idea of how much extra duties that Charles took on.
I would say they were minimal
Okay.
extra duties. I mean, he met regularly with staff and with the town attorney, but I don't think his participation in a lot of extra duties outside of the meeting structure.
Okay. So what you have is kind of what I have been doing since I've been mayor. Yes, Tammy.
Just to add, he attended a lot of public events and spoke at a lot of public events. So he did have a big public presence. Christmas, Cherry Days, BMW, could go on and on. So.
Okay. So, any discussion about role of the mayor? That's Michelle.
So my understanding from the Colorado statutes is that it's not up to the mayor how much the mayor wants to do. It's up to the board what they want to direct the mayor to do. And the mayor is limited to doing things that have been conferred, duties specifically conferred by the board onto the mayor, is the way it's written in the statute, if I'm reading it correctly. So based on that, I think we've got a difference in understanding of what the mayor can take on, because I would say, looking at the list, the numbered list that you've got there, everything from 5 or 6 down, I don't believe the board has specifically conferred those on the mayor at this point. And that's not to say that they're not appropriate things for us to confer on the mayor, but I think just like the board needs to assign things to ad hoc committees if we go that direction, the board, by state statute, has to confer responsibilities on the mayor for those to be valid. So I'd like to see us follow that and decide what responsibilities we actually want to confer on the mayor.
Other thoughts? Discussions? Yes, Michelle?
So I don't want to monopolize this conversation, but if nobody else has anything to say, I do.
Yeah.
So there are 2 main mayor structures, and I touched on this at the last meeting. There's the strong mayor structure and the weak mayor structure. We're in between those 2. We haven't really picked one or the other. And that's not to say that you can't function with a hybrid, but I think in our case what that's created is a bit of a lack of clarity on who's responsible for what the mayor's role is versus what the administrator's role is, and what needs to be communicated back to the board. So normally a weak mayor, in that, if we were working under a weak mayor structure, the town manager would staff reports to the town manager. Mayor is not involved in any day-to-day decisions, and the mayor is a voting member of the board without veto power. With a strong mayor system, the mayor does serve as CEO of the town. All of staff reports to the mayor, or at least at the director level, The mayor is involved in day-to-day decisions. The mayor is not a voting member of the board, but does have veto power, and appointed staff serve at the pleasure of the mayor. So we're really half and half. And I think it would be in our best interest for consistency and clarity to try to move in one direction or the other and clarify what it is we want for the mayor role.
Thank you. My thoughts on that, as I have shared before, are I think it is way outside the role of the mayor in our town to be involved in day-to-day activities. I mean, everything we've gotten from CIRSA, from CML, basically says, no, don't do that. The mayor is part of the board. Our ordinances state specifically the mayor does not have a vote, and that's the way this board runs, which is allowed under Colorado statute. It's one of the things that is allowed under Colorado statute. And again, to bring in a person who's elected to run the town without experience or knowledge of how the town is operating, I think is very foolish for us and will cause a lot of disruption. It pulls the mayor completely out of a high-level role and makes the mayor the town administrator, and I don't think that's a good way to do things. To have you direct me as to what you would like me to continue to do and not continue to do, I think is a wonderful idea. And I would definitely feel more empowered with the direction of the board to go ahead and do the things that I have been doing, or not do them at the direction of the board. But I think to choose one or the other when we are not one or the other, and to be something that is of our own making, I think is a perfectly valid solution to the problem. We do have a town administrator. This town has voted to have a town administrator for at least the last 10 years that I know of. And I may be incorrect on how much longer we have had a town administrator than that, and when it may be much longer than that. And in truth, Hotchkiss operates the way you're talking about. I don't know about voting on the board. That I'm not sure about. But they are a town of half our size that has much, much, much less going on. You are welcome to have a conversation with Lisa Young, who stood here at the last meeting, at the end of the last meeting, and said, you guys have more going on in this town than towns that are larger than you. And she should know because she's reporting on all those towns. So I think operating without a town administrator is a folly for us. And I think putting that into the mayor's hands is not a wise decision. Personal opinion. Yes, Michelle.
Now?
There.
Better? Okay, yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And I think we do need a town manager who's part of our staff. I think it works better for us. I think it's better for us to have a mayor that's not involved in day-to-day because, like you said, it's an elected position and doesn't seem like a good fit for our town. I was just laying out the two distinct possibilities that are presented by CML. And if we end up in a hybrid, that's fine. A hybrid may work very well for us, but I think knowing the two categories that CML identifies, that most towns work under one or the other, gives us at least a starting point to talk about what is it that we really want our mayor to be doing versus what belongs at the management level, at the administration level, and not at the mayor level.
Okay, great. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? Yes, Dave.
Well, maybe applying the same template about governing versus management would be helpful for numbers 6 through 10 of your list. Because when I look at that, you know, especially number 6, that gets more like management to me. 7, you're in coordination with 2 staff members that typically have that under their responsibility.
Okay. Dave, you're going to have to talk up. I can't even hear you.
Number 6 looks like it could be more management. Number 7 is kind of a hybrid, you know. So in other words, maybe if you're doing the same thing with mayor responsibilities, you know, here's the projects I have on my plate right now. Which ones do you want me to go forward with? Because I want to remind myself and others that the reason we're here is because of the survey that was done, that you took on yourself. And I think it was commendable to get that information, but we didn't give you direction to do that. And I think that's what got us to where we are right now. And so maybe you do the same list of, here's the things I have going right now. Which ones do you want me to move forward with? Which ones do you want me to delegate to staff? And then there's two pieces with the interaction, well, no, now with the interaction of the town administrator, you're directly supervising that. So that's a real mix right there as far as how, you know, the weekly meetings and determining the agenda and those kind of things. That gets a little stickier. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think determining the agenda is actually in Colorado statute. Right, so that is part of the mayor's job, period. And I don't know that how much direction I actually give Corinne versus we pick up topics and we discuss them. And I really don't give her directions to run off, do this and do that and whatever. So, yeah, it's not like I'm her direct supervisor. It's more like I'm a connection with the board, at least in my mind. Yes, Michelle.
I'm pretty sure, though, in the contract it does specify that you're the direct supervisor for that role. So I do think that's something we should probably address because it's, like Dave said, it's a little bit sticky, that we've got a real mix there of whether you're involved in day-to-day or not. Because acting as direct supervisor is a day-to-day responsibility, not a governance responsibility in my mind.
Okay. Other thoughts? Yes, I thought you had your hand up, Bill.
Well, I don't mind what you've done so far. I think that some of the things that you do on your own should have been discussed at the board level to get approval for. But generally, I don't see that you operate too much different than the last mayor I was used to working with was Charles. I can't speak before that, but, actually you are the CEO of the town. Corinne is the chief operating officer, so you're the CEO of the board of directors.
Someone else had their hand up.
I
Dave.
did. I just wanted to remind the board that we changed the structure before this last election of how the mayor operates. And again, we'll be facing that decision about whether we want to continue down that path with only a tiebreaker, not a member of the quorum, those kind of things. So.
Yes, Karen.
And some of this is representing the town with outside agencies. That's definitely a mayor thing. And advocating for the town at all levels of government with funding agencies and nonprofits. I don't know that we need to direct you to do that. That's what the mayor does. And yes, on a specific thing, like go for a grant for this, maybe. But advocating in general, like your weekly report, your board reports that you give, you've been someplace, you've been to other meetings, you report to us what outside agencies are doing, and you are representing our town to them. And that, I think, is highly important and is more of a governance thing rather than interior staff management or anything, but that's all.
Other comments? Well, yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Karen. I think that's a really top-level mayor responsibility to represent the town with other agencies and report back to the board. But I do think, based on state statute, that is something that we as a board should confer on the mayor if we want to be in line with what the state says the mayor role is. And that can be a one-time thing where we say, yes, we authorize the mayor to meet with these outside agencies on behalf of the town. As simple as that. But I do think if we want to be in line with statute, we need to take that action.
And I think, too, giving broad descriptions as to what duties are, because, for example, a meeting pops up 2 days from now. I can't go back to the board and say, you want me to go to this meeting or not? So, some of that stuff. And then opportunities pop up. For example, um, got the name of the Assistant Attorney General for the state of Colorado in charge of water. And it's like, I'm going to call him up and talk to him about what's going on with us, and does he have any advice and resources that he can give us. So stuff like that, again, to come back to the board and say, all right, can I go do this? And as far as grant writing goes, it is something that I have done. And I have somewhat of a talent for it. And so to be able to go ahead and write grants on behalf of the town in collaboration with other grant writers, I think would be a very big benefit to the town. And I don't see that as managerial so much as utilizing my talents. Anyhow, that's my opinion. Yes, Michelle.
So if I could, I'd like to make a motion. Okay, I'd like to move that we follow Dave's suggestion and have the mayor bring back a list of ongoing projects and activities looking through that same lens of governance versus management, and then we as a board can decide what responsibilities we want to confer on the mayor formally.
Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
All right, further comment? Seeing none, Mr. Bruner, I think you had your hand up.
Bill Bruner, 2nd Street, thank you again. Yeah, I think that there's even confusion about whether we have a strong mayor or a weak mayor is a little bit of a surprise, because the statute that the town has is very clear that the mayor has only those powers specifically conveyed by a statute or by the board. And the strong mayor would have to have those powers specifically conveyed by the board, because the state statutes do not convey that on our mayor. I have long advocated that the mayor should be a liaison from the staff, specifically the administrator, to the board, that to have the mayor be any kind of supervisor with the administration, I think is asking for trouble, because who knows what qualifications the next mayor has. It's like a recent past mayor who was a pretty good mayor. He actually had no management experience at all and was thrust into managing the office. And a lot of things went really wrong. So I would caution you to think about that the mayor is a liaison from the staff to the board. And I really applaud Michelle's motion that there should be specific things applied, because when you're assuming that these are the powers of mayor to go to these functions and advocate for the town like this, you just let go of the process, and it's whatever she wants to do. And that's not right. I mean, there's specific examples in the recent past. The mayor has admitted that she has been involved in violation of the town's purchasing policy with the administration of the COVID grant. And recently she had signed the town up for a water rate study on her own without consulting the board. So it's not that, the water rate study, technically it wasn't done properly. And continuing on with things like that really sets us up for individual action by the board. And the mayor is a member of the board. The members of the board, that's the problem with getting into management with committees, is individual trustees have no power. It is only by a vote of the board that you can make anything happen or make any decision. And so you've got to be specific when you give anybody the power to do something that is anything like a decision. So, yes, spell it out. Oh, and one other thing I just have to point out, the list of things that the mayor has written down in the packet as far as powers of mayor. She includes the state statute 31, oh gosh, which one? 31-1, nope, that's not the one. Oh, here, 31-4-102 in the state statute. Those are the powers of the mayor of a city, like the city of Denver. They have all the power of the county sheriff. They are charged with administering the peace. That's absolutely inappropriate to even consider for the mayor of Paonia. That's under the next statute down. And it's very limited. Run the meeting, do the agenda, a few committee appointments, ability to veto spending, and crown the Cherry Days Queen. Okay, that's pretty much the legal description of the powers of mayor in Paonia. And I'm appalled that Mary would even include that in the packet. What it shows is that there's a huge misunderstanding of the laws the framework for the town. There's a whole separate section for towns and for cities, and Paonia is a town. So yes, spell it out, please. What are the powers? Thank you.
Ms. Watson.
I really think that things like grants need to come to the board first for the instruction. I can see the mayor as being the mouthpiece day to day for the administrator, because I think, as Charles Stewart explained, the board isn't there sometimes. But so the mayor is the one who actually has that contact, but all that information should be going to the board. Also, anything that's attended, there are no decisions that are made for the town by the mayor. It needs to be a mouthpiece position where the mayor comes and passes information to the board. I appreciate what Mr. Bruner said about the statutes. There's a confusion. The town has a different set of statutes, and this series that this one mayor duty came from only applies to cities. Specifically, it sounds like ones that don't have an administrator. But we also have an ordinance, number 2014-09, and it's about the town administrator's job. And it says, except as may otherwise be otherwise provided, the executive and administrative authority, powers, and duties of the town shall be exercised or performed by the town administrator. You have an ordinance giving a lot of power to your town administrator, and you have to keep that in mind, that you're not stepping on her toes when you do things that aren't lawfully enacted. So so when you're creating the whatever framework you're thinking about proposing here, I guess that would be the except as otherwise, but it has to be in something that's written down and voted on by the whole board. So please do refer to the town administrator ordinance number 2014-09. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second for the mayor to bring back a list of what I'm doing, looking at it through the lens of management versus governance. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. It shall be done. All right, so in order to take a break, we have 6 minutes. Is there anything we want to talk about, the overall organizational structure, that we have not hit on tonight? Michelle?
For me, there is, but I don't think we can do it in 6 minutes. So
Yeah.
I would move that we put it on the next agenda, if we can do that, or have another work session or special meeting, whatever the board's willing to do, I think.
Yeah, give us a real brief précis of what you have in mind.
I think we should review our current staff organizational structure beyond just the level of the mayor.
Just beyond the what?
Beyond just the level of the mayor. I think our staff organizational structure overall, I think it'd be good for us to review, and I think now is a good time for us to review the structure, who reports to who, and where we may have gaps we need to fill. But I think that's a much longer conversation than we can do in now 4 minutes.
Well, and actually, this sounds like a perfect assignment for an ad hoc committee.
Oh,
It could be the first. Yes, Dave.
Sounds a lot like management to me. It seems
Management.
like alternatives from our town administrator would be more appropriate in this situation, because it's a personnel matter of all the people that apply, that report to him or her. And so it seems that what I would suggest is that the town administrator give us alternatives, and we as individual board members can make suggestions by email to her that she might consider, and then she can bring 2 or 3 proposed staffing structures to the board for our consideration.
Do you want to make that a motion?
Yes, if you could make that a motion for whatever I said. I'll repeat, okay.
Dave, please.
I'd like to make a motion that town administrator provide to the board alternative staff structures, and that individual board members please provide the administrator input into that in advance.
All right. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any other discussion? Yes, Bill.
Why are we dealing with the staff?
Yes, Dave.
I think some of us have to look at where we have a department head, where we have staff, and whether, you know, I think that's one of the things I'm looking at is what's the department head structure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, again, that's a good question as to how far in the weeds that is versus, you know, I think if the town administrator wants to come forth and bring forth some alternative structures, I think that's great. But I don't know that it's our job to tell the town how to get organized beyond the town administrator.
I would have to agree with you, Mary. I think that we're introducing a lot of change into the management and the governance of this town in one night and an hour and a half. And, I really think we're drifting off into a different lane that we should stay out of.
Other comments?
It's a huge budgetary expenditure for department heads, and I think one of our responsibilities as we go through the budget is looking at where do we spend money on expertise and department heads, and we approve positions. So that's why I'm making this, that's part of the rationale there.
Other comments? All right, you got a minute, Suzanne. We want to get out of here and let some people eat dinner.
One thing I don't see in the organizational chart, and I do see this in other towns, is the boards and committees are not on here. I mean, so the planning commission is not here, the zoning board of adjustment is not here, the water advisory board is not here in the organizational chart. And it would be kind of nice to know how that all fits in. Thanks.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the town administrator to provide. We have a motion and a second for the town administrator to provide alternate staff structures with board input. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Do you need a roll call, Amanda? Okay, that motion fails. All right, it is 6:15, and to accommodate the blood sugar levels of our board members, I'm going to adjourn this work session. Thank you, everybody. See you in 15.
Hi, Bo. How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? Good. Have you got some candidates for your own list?
Yeah, there's a couple names that came to mind that I would definitely suggest you send copies of the RFPs. Yeah. Yeah. No, certainly I think, well, I mean, until just, we were, working through that personnel committee, so. But if there's an ad hoc. Yeah. How are you? Have you been having a good summer?
Mixed,
Yeah.
but I guess yes.
Good. Sergeant. Sure. Yeah. Thank you. How old's your niece?
60.
Oh.
Old lady.
I thought you were gonna say like 16 or something. Good.
This contractor, house was, not working.
Oh no.
And I called this contractor, the cement guy, and I said, if you don't hear from me, I said, well, I can't, and this went on for like months.
Right.
And he showed up with his crew of 4. He put his pre-made mesh under the house, did the thing. And I wanted him to do something on the front porch. So we, like I said, I came to Nashville, no charge. I said, you can't do this.
Right.
He said, yes, I can.
Yeah.
He says, what? Oh, you're working. You can't do something working. So like, that's all.
Sweet.
These are better than cooked cookies.
Well, at least there's some.
There's some.
I'm sorry I had to drop off.
Oh, that's okay. I think we had everything pretty
Yeah.
much discussed by the time
Yeah.
we were.
And I'm sorry I was late.
right, Amanda, can we have roll call, please?
Trustee Bear? Here. Trustee Budinger? Trustee Johnson?
Here.
Trustee Knudsen?
Here.
Trustee Mack?
Here.
Trustee Pattison?
Here.
Mayor Bakri?
Here. All right, we have a quorum and we can continue. First item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion? From someone?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Do you have a second?
Second it.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion carries. Let's move on with announcements. I do have a couple of announcements. The first one is the airport committee. The Board of County Commissioners has accepted me on the airport committee, so that's covered. The other thing is we did not get the CDOT grant for $720,000. They will be putting out another request in the mid-September. Town administrator and I spoke with Molly Bly of CDOT today. She gave us some feedback about our grant and things we can do to make it stronger. So if the board agrees, then we will go ahead and write for the same intersection again in the next grant cycle. All right, those are my announcements. Any other announcements? Chief Ferguson? Yeah, duh.
Sorry, I thought I was doing it on my staff report. Most of you are aware that as of Friday, I have tendered my resignation as chief. My last day will be September 17th. Along with myself, Officer Brian Berger has tendered his resignation, and Joanne Katzer, our clerk, has also tendered her resignation. Thank you for everything that you guys have done. I really appreciate it. It's a hard decision to make, but I believe in the end it's going to be the right one to make.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, Bill?
I'm just going to ask town administrator, are you going to do exit interviews?
Not with him, but with the other staff members, there will be exit interviews.
Thank you.
And if the GAPS committee would like to do an exit interview with the chief, I think that would be a really good idea.
We can do that.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem appropriate that I do it because of the relationship.
And I am more than welcome or willing to do one.
That's not considered management, is it?
Well, considering the fact
I know we don't have
that-
a choice.
I know we
so,
don't have a
yeah.
choice in this case. Yeah, so the
Okay.
town administrator would do it if it was a different structure. So in this case, the board should do it. Okay. Yes, Trustee Pattison.
Yeah, a couple things. One, on the exit interview, if the board has any additional direction for how you would like that to be conducted, we'd be happy to take that. And if the town administrator has a standard format that you normally use for an exit interview, we would use that as well. And then I do have two more things.
Sure.
One, I'm very sorry to see you go, Chief Ferguson. I feel like you've served the town very well, and I know we all, I shouldn't speak for anyone else. I appreciate your service, both as a board member and as a community member, and I'm sorry that you're leaving.
Thank you.
Second thing, with the additional resignations that were announced, and I would like to move that we solicit bids for an organizational consultant and executive recruiter who specializes in municipal organizations.
All right, we have a motion to put out an RFP for a municipal, say that again? Thank you, for a municipal organizational consultant. And what kind of recruiter? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Yes, Dave.
A couple thoughts. One, I wanted to thank Chief Ferguson. I really appreciated your community approach, and your ability to relate with the community has been a hallmark of what you've done here, and it's been really good for the citizens and for us on the board, so thank you for that. The second, I wondered if this is what's called a internally generated defund the police.
I had nothing to do with anybody else. I can only speak for myself on this one.
Okay. As far any comments on the motion?
Mayor?
Yes.
If I may, my only two things. First would be this was definitely not something that was budgeted for in the budget. And my second question would be if it would be appropriate for the board, first of all, to confirm the decision of whether or not the police department oversight reverts to the town administrator as it does per our ordinance. The only modification made under the special circumstance of Neil and I both working for the town was through an MOU. We have I do already have the advertisement out soliciting for the chief position at CML and to the newspapers. So would need some clarification on that.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that just getting an RFP out for an organizational consultant and a recruiter in the time frame that we have is not going to get us a new chief in a short period of time. Considering our police department will be down to 2 people, we need to hire this position. And I don't think we have or want to spend $30,000 to $40,000 on an organizational consultant to do this at this point in time. I mean, if we want to build it into the budget to look at it, whatever, that's the board's decision. But at this point in time, I don't think we have the luxury of doing this. Yes, Tammy.
Do we have the luxury of soliciting bids?
Same thing. We have to, we can solicit bids, but again, unless we move forward on this, we are going to have a police department of 2. Yes, Michelle.
So a couple things. I wouldn't think of this as a luxury. I would think of this as a primary responsibility of the board to make sure we're getting the right people in the right positions. No, it's not in the budget, but being short 3 staff members is also not in the budget and should free up some of the funds that were intended for salaries during this time. Finally, I don't think our goal should be to get a body in the department as quickly as possible. I think our goal should be to get the right person in the job. And we recently had an agreement with Hotchkiss where we supported them with our department for, what was it, a few months? I wonder whether they would be amenable to doing the same in reverse while we can go through a well thought out process instead of fighting fires.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would add to that. So I think this will help as well to provide a little bit more information. So first, the actual interview process, the intention was to do that through a panel so that it would be, because I agree, I don't want to fill a position just to fill a position. I think it's better to have holes than have wrong people in positions. So we did plan that we would do that via a panel. Chief Ferguson has agreed to participate on that panel, knowing the job well as it was the intention to create a panel that had board representation, police department representation, outside police department representation, community representation that would be part of that process. And yes, Hotchkiss, we have checked to see if Hotchkiss would be open. They would be open to that conversation, as well as the sheriff's department's already offered additional coverage as well if we should need it during that time. But again, I would, and in light of the conversation that was just had, that the employment and oversight of that position per the town code and town ordinance is an administrator task, not a board task.
Yes, Dave.
I agree with what the town administrator just listed. I think it's important that we do take a look at the candidate pool, and when the candidate pool comes in, we can make a judgment about whether we need a recruiter or not, and that may be the time to decide whether to go with that, but we may be pleasantly surprised by the candidate pool.
And in speaking with Mayor Wilkening over the weekend, he did say that they got, when they advertised for their position, they got quite a good number of people and qualified people that applied for that position. Yes, Chief Ferguson.
And that's also, you know, we plan on putting it not just locally, but out everywhere across, you know, Colorado, so that way you hopefully get a pool that maybe is not from the area or has some familiarity, but, you know, with another jurisdiction or something that can come in as well. But that was the intent, is to have community members along with council, along with, you know, the town administrator and myself. If you will approve of that, I do already have permission to sit on a panel from my new boss, to where I can sit on a panel and be a part of that as well. So it wouldn't be we would just take applications, look, say, oh, here's, you know, we're going with this one. It's going to be more of a community involved basis as well, as long with the board. I believe that that's the way it should be, so that way the community has some input in it as well as the board has some input in it also.
Other comments from the board? Okay. Yes, Michelle.
So I appreciate that approach. I think it's a great idea to involve the community, and it sounds like the staff has put quite a bit of thought into how to move forward, and I agree that filling this position is it is overseen, or it will be probably with board approval, overseen by the administrator again, revert back to that. At the same time, what we have are 3 open positions in the police department. We've talked about the need for additional staffing in public works, and we've also talked about possibly outsourcing some of the parks activity in public works. This is a lot shifting within our organization, as well as the change in how the chief of police reports from the mayor to the administrator. So lots of changes happening. And to me, that seems like a really opportune time to have someone come in and take a look at our organization, see if we're structured the best way that we can be to serve our community, and fill in any gaps that we might not be aware of.
Other discussion? Okay. We have a motion on the table to hire or to put out an RFP for a municipal organizational consultant and recruiter. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Do you need a roll call? Okay.
Trustee Bear? Trustee Bettinger?
Nay.
Trustee Johnson?
Nay.
Trustee Knudsen?
Nay.
Trustee Meck?
Aye.
Trustee Pattison?
Aye.
Okay, that motion fails. All right. Any other announcements? I do have a couple of community kudos I would like to point out. The first is there is a beautiful mural going on the wall right across from Town Hall. That is done by Seth Weber and his mural militia, which are kids who are painting and designing this mural, which I think is wonderful. It's on private property, and it is partially supported by the town through the Betcher funds. So those are the grant funds that we had left over from Space to Create, which have been designated allowed by the Betcher Foundation to support the Creative Coalition and the Creative District. The second thing is there is a group of women who have organized themselves to help the town out with various activities. They are Lynn Howe, Janet Thorpe, and Elaine Brett, and they are undertaking the landscaping of the part between these two buildings, and they're doing it on their own. And I think that is an absolute example of how citizens can actively work to support this community. And I laud them tremendously for their efforts and self-organization and get up and go to do this for the town of Paonia. Thank you very much, ladies. All right. And yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I think both of those are wonderful. But I thought the Betcher funds were going to come back to the board for a decision on how they were used.
This was done prior to the board decision to do that.
Okay.
Yep, so I was going to provide that clarification as well.
Yep.
I know that in an email correspondence that I made that statement that a portion of the funds had been committed for a mural prior to the conversation about those that the board direction that all grant expenditures exceeding the purchasing policy come back before the board. So and that money was committed ahead of time, but no other expenditures have been made, and that will be coming before the board at the next meeting.
Okay. Any other announcements? All right, let's move on with recognition of visitors and guests. First up is the North Fork Miners High School Student Council. I don't think they showed. All right. Moving on. This is for items. All right. So there are two things that are going to happen during this recognition of visitors and guests. The first is people who would like to address the board about items that are not currently on the agenda. The second is for a community comment period for all the agenda items up to unfinished business. So that's staff reports, treasurer's reports, disbursements, and the consent agenda. This is the time when you get to speak. So, how many people would like to address the board? 2, 3. Okay. Ms. McCartney, you're up first.
Mary DeFranco, 7th Street. I am here to urge the trustees of this town to get involved in the fence issue that Corinne has been dealing with, and I think before agreements are made that if you're involved, it would be very helpful to them. And it's like we've been trying to get on the agenda and get information out about this since the beginning of June, and we're not getting anywhere. So anyway, I would ask for you guys to get involved, because right now a fence is on town property and is being said that it might be able to just stay there. And you know, my son's property ended up, he didn't have a lot to say so about what ended up happening there. So anyway, that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hawes? Okay. One. No. Come to the podium.
Okay.
State your name and
Mary Lee
street.
Hawes. I live at 326 Delta Ave.
Thank you.
And I have sent all of you members a history of what's going on at the leak at my house. And let's get this done. And I have some records here of how long this has been going on. It started in 2016, and I have lists of some very sporadic readings, a lot of usage, but ups and downs, and it's not very obvious what is going on. And I was wondering if I could get some help from the town, because my problem is, I'm going to show you my property. It goes right alongside the railroad tracks, and the water line comes right under the railroad tracks. The thing is right on Delta Ave, meter. My address is 326
Right.
Delta.
Okay, Marilyn, if you could talk into the microphone so the people on
Okay.
YouTube can hear it, that would
good.
be really
Okay,
appreciated.
so it's actually right on Delta Ave, although you can't get to my house from Delta Ave. You go through the alley. And the distance is quite a ways. It's like maybe about 70 feet or so, but the meter's right there, and then it goes under the tracks of the water line and to my house. Now, I think the way this was put in 1945 was not right to begin with, so I'm requesting that this be moved and fixed for me, because I am a landowner and this has not been done right. And I have a lot of stuff to look at here. It's just that it may be the meter itself, it goes up and down. I haven't had a lot of cooperation from the town in figuring it out. And the one thing that Travis did do when this all started in 2016 was come over and look at my toilet. And I said, I know that my toilet is not running. And then he also said, oh, I see a little drip. So in the kitchen I had a drip, which was fixed. Things improved somewhat, but I still have a real, like 20,000 gallons of water used throughout these years. I've been paying the bills. I've gotten shut-off notices. I've gotten crankiness on the side of the town instead of helpfulness. I believe the town has a water tester to see if there's a leak somewhere, and that's never been offered to be used at my house. In fact, when I asked for some help, they said, okay, here are 2 numbers to call, the railroad and this excavator. So I did call them. Nobody called me back from either one of those. This was recently. When I got in touch with the town again, I was not really supported in anything except fixing it myself and paying for it myself, and this is not anything I can afford. So it's a lot of water usage, it's a lot of waste. It wasn't put in the right place to begin with. And that's what I'm asking, is that this be moved, the meter be moved. And even if that can't happen, my one request is that maybe my bills be put back to a normal rate, you know, because I'm not using that much water. I don't know. So does anyone want to see any of this stuff? I can pass it around. Or
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Are there questions or anything?
No.
Just pass the folder, maybe? Or just this with the bills?
You know, you give those to the town administrator.
Okay, so she's aware of them. And then that's it, I guess. I think that's all I had to say. Let me just check. This is also my map of my land. And you see how, show you real clear. This is my house here. I'm going to walk over. And then the railroad tracks. Right here. All of this is railroad easement, and that's where the water line is. A tiny bit of it on my private property. So, you know, put that out there. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
All right, who else wanted to talk to the board? Yes, Mr. Bruner.
Thank you, Bill Brunner, 2nd Street, Paonia. As far as Marilee's situation goes, from what I understand, she's in an impossible position. She's got a water meter that's completely across the railroad right away. There's no possibility she can replace that line. She's being charged every month for leaks at a line she cannot maintain. The town, I think, has got a responsibility to give her a meter as maintainable as anybody else's in town. In my own case, the town came along years ago and changed the meter from my front lawn to way down the street, but the town ran the line, and it goes through the railroad right away. And if that line ever needs replaced, I expect the town to change it. I really think you should give her a lot of consideration. As far as your previous motion of order of business, your motion was in error. It was not on the agenda. And there's no public comment, and the no public comment is a violation of town resolution. I understand you're trying to change things, but I don't think you're doing it right. As far as the chief of police goes, I commend Mr. Ferguson on his service, don't get me wrong at all, but the town has got a gray area here that should be addressed. The ordinances are not clear. Is the chief appointed, or does he serve at the pleasure of the board? If he serves at the pleasure of the board, he has a supervisor. If he is appointed, he has a direct report to the board. And I'm speaking of the chief of police in general. There is an ordinance that says that the administrator will recommend and the board will appoint the chief. And this is exactly what happened when Mr. Ferguson became the chief. However, the town also has a section that covers appointed positions, and the chief of police was specifically removed from that list because we couldn't afford a chief. And in fact, for years, the town we survived without a chief of police. And so my comment to you is, we as a town cannot afford to have you make hasty decisions on hiring anybody or doing anything. Your job is to do it well, not to do it fast, please. And you can hire officers, you can have a sergeant, you could have a lieutenant. But Chief Ferguson served as a sergeant for many years and did an admirable job there. So please consider, when you redo that vote, because it was done improperly, that you probably should be taking your time and doing this right. Public gardens are an admirable, publicly done gardens are an admirable endeavor, but I will point specifically to the new concrete shrine in the park with the Miners Memorial and stuff. The reason that's there is that that was a volunteer project that after a few years went by the wayside, became an unsightly pile of weeds, and the town had to take it over. So I think you should have some clear understandings of who's doing what and what you're getting into on town property, and make sure your insurance is all in line too. I think your new rules about public comment are a war on public comment. We'll see how it plays out, but I am highly offended, and I think there are things citizens can do to rectify this injustice. And I think Ms. McCarney's fence issue is an example of the kind of folly that this town is being involved in. And yes, the board needs to get involved and straighten some stuff out. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I can't remember your name. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Sargent. I live at 115 First Street. And I just want to understand, at the last town council meeting, Mary DeFranco just spoke now about this matter, but she distributed to each of you papers. And when I came in today to do the same, I was told I was not allowed to. I'd like to understand why there's an discrepancy here in the way that this is being handled.
Mayor, can I say something on that?
You know, Bo, why don't you wait until your attorney's report and address it at that point? Okay, well, I was going to say our new rules of order, we're going to give it a shot. So, yeah, that will be addressed in the attorney's report.
From today?
Yeah, today.
Okay. And then I heard that Mary was urging you guys to get involved. But I'd like to say that we have reached a legally binding settlement agreement, and I was not the one to put this topic on the docket. I'm here unwillingly. I don't really want to be here. I think that this is a private matter. One of you guys voiced last time that this should not be taking place in the public council meeting as it's between two private parties. I strongly agree with your assessment, and in this handout, I clearly demonstrate why. But I'll just keep it to a shorter version, which is that Mary DeFranco, I need to address this, is not a member of the public, but she's placing issues on the docket. Like last meeting on August 10th, she placed the fence topic on the docket. But she's not a member of the public, she's a private party with a personal agenda, and she's the mother of the other party in this private dispute. So I feel that it's been handled inappropriately from the beginning. I've sought to settle this many times, and I feel like only one side of the story has been heard. So I feel that it's especially egregious when the people who are persecuting me on this fence issue have their own violations. There are encroachments of the other party. There are height violations of the 6-foot rule within 100 yards of my house. I found about 7 violations of town zoning laws. Height encroachments, heights restrictions that were not honored, high fences, and also encroachments on town property from people who are close by to my property. So I guess what I want to say is that if there are issues about encroachments and heights of fences, then it needs to apply to all property owners in town. Otherwise, it is unjust harassment and bullying, which I feel that has been happening to me all summer. It's been extremely stressful, and I refuse to be the sacrificial lamb that everyone is making an example of on this matter. I ask the town council to remove the matter of my fence from public town council docket for the next meeting and any future meetings, as it appears I am being tried in the court of public opinion. I am willing to comply with any further discussions with the town in private. However, I received approval from the town for my 7-foot fence height, and I proceeded in good faith. And that's what I wanted to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Aberg. I'm a friend of Ashley's. I've also been employed by her throughout the last year here. I've come to your town. I think it's a beautiful little town. Came here about a year ago. Noticed a sense of community and beauty and peace. And that is what this woman here has been trying to achieve. I want to give you a little background on her, because the reason I had to come down here today from where I live is because after the last meeting, she was terrorized and bullied by some said women over here. Okay, and I think you all heard it. Okay, these people that claim to be spiritual and highly evolved, they need to take a better look in the mirror, because they're missing it big time. There's hypocrisy here. When I came into the town last year, I saw we're all in this together on the banner, and I thought, great, this is a nice little town. But what are we in together? I mean, it's the animosity toward this woman. I came down here today because after this meeting last time, they were threatening to smash her fence down with a sledgehammer. This is the party that she's having the dispute over. How do I know? Because I've been there throughout the whole thing, doing tree work in her yard, accommodating the fence matter. So, you know, there needs to be some light shed here, because this is most certainly, if anything, this is a vindictive bullying tactic. This woman is a single mother. She has an 8-year-old daughter. She had to take off from her work for 1 year during this COVID stuff to take care of several other children in her yard. She had an exposed fence. She had people coming in her yard. She had Mrs. DeFranco actually hopping up on her fence. Okay, there was instruments that I came over as a contractor that I found under the fence that were dangerous, because they were prying and they're angry. They're angry individuals. The mouth speaks what the heart is full of, is what it says. And I can't imagine what's in their hearts. She put up a 7-foot fence to protect her children, and she said, all I want is peace. Peace before any of this fence ordeal. This woman this fence matter has cost probably twice as much as she paid for the fence. And it's vindictive. And I had to come down here today out of concern for her, and because I care for her, but you people need to know that this is not just some, you know, scrutiny over a fence matter without personal malice involved. I have walked the streets. I've found several fence variations. I found encroachments. Mrs. DeFranco needs to check her records, because she might find she's encroaching on town property as well, and she's one to talk. So this woman needs to be left alone, okay? And I just wanted to, I think your town's beautiful. I appreciate you letting me speak, but, you know, this is why I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Ms. Watson.
Suzanne Watson, 2nd Street. So the fence thing is frustrating to me because I don't understand why you're collecting money from people to put up fences. And I believe you should just get rid of the fence fee and truly make it a civil matter. Dan Reardon said, it was in 2015 when he still was building inspector of Delta, I asked him why they didn't require a fence review or a fence fee. And he said, our attorney told us to stay out of the fence business. So it becomes a civil matter because when we start collecting money, we are responsible. So when the town administrator Knight first got the town to create a fence fee, he said, it's in the DCI, it was in 2019 or 2018, the town doesn't want to design fences, said Knight. In recommending approval of the changes, we need to be able to charge a reasonable fee for this fence review to make sure that those fences are going up in accordance to your code. So I don't understand why the town thinks they can collect money from people but not have any responsibility. I, for one, would rather just see you get out of the fence business because I don't think you've got the staffing to do this correctly. And I think it's going to cause a lot of tension here because if you have rules, you know, and you're collecting money for it, it's non-feasance if you're not enforcing the rules. And do you really want to be in that position? So get rid of the fence fee because I think it's a joke. You can have rules. You can have, and the fencing is not in the zoning anymore where it should be. You shouldn't just have police rules on fences because all you can regulate is boundary fences under those rules. So put it back in the zoning, give your recommendations, but don't charge fees for it. And perhaps it would be a little bit easier for you. Going back to what Bill Brunner was saying, I did want to comment when you were talking about the police chief, because I did pull up the ordinance, and it does say that it's an appointed position at the recommendation of the administrator, and they basically serve at the pleasure of the board. I mean, they take their marching orders from the board, it says. I can't pull it up that quickly. I had so many windows here open, trying to talk about so many different topics at once. I'd also like to say it's nice that people are helping landscape, and I'm glad that you're thanking them publicly. But there are many people in this town who have spent a lot of money landscaping town property called their right-of-way. Voluntarily, they didn't have to spend the money. They don't have to take the time every month, every day to water, to maintain. But I personally have spent thousands of dollars making town property look nicer. And I'd actually like to receive a thanks. If you want to give it to me right now, I'm willing to sit here and wait for that. And then other than that, I think the water issue under the railroad tracks, that really needs to be attended to. To think that you could, this has been happening for such a long time. This person needs some resolution on this because it's not fair to say it's your leak because it's under the railroad tracks and our meter's on this side of it. And even though she can do nothing, you just make her pay month after month after month, and that's not fair. The town needs to deliver a standard and a quality of service in their public works. Perhaps when it was put in, it was an okay place, but it's not an okay place to have a meter now. And I think the neighbor to the north of her has a meter on his property line. It looks like it must somehow double back because I don't think it, if it goes under the right-of-way, it's all the town's responsibility there. But surely there's a way to find a way around this really unusual situation and bring our water system up to date to today's standards. You know, just pretend it's a lead pipe, and what would you do if it were a lead pipe? But to have a line under a railroad track is a line that's inaccessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Smith.
Paige Smith, Delta Avenue, and my husband may not be happy about this, but I'm going to offer his help for the folks that are going to do the horticulture right next door. if they're not horticulturalists with some, experience, I think they should contact my husband. He could give them some tips and maybe make sure what you have put in is something that will not use a lot of water and et cetera. And I just have a question. It's on page 21 of the packet, and it's part of Corinne's report, and it's number 8. The MOU between town and involved parties will be coming before the board for review. I just wondered what that MOU was for.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the town administrator's report. Ms. Watson, or Ms. Watson. Well, I'm on a roll tonight.
So first, to answer Ms. Smith's question, the second list, number 8, refers back to the first list, number 8. Apologies, I got sidetracked and didn't finish that in the report before I published it. So the MOU, the parties are the parties involved with the pedestrian path going over the river near the library. My report was included in the packet. The only additional thing I did want to add was to let everyone know that while the video recording was not able to remain up on the YouTube channel due to an issue with the video stopping at the end of the meeting when I stopped it at the last meeting, I was able to get some assistance and figure out how to create an audio version. And the audio recording is on the YouTube channel, as well as one of the links through the town's page for, it's the same place you access the agenda and the packet are direct links to any video and audio that the town publishes. And that is all I have.
Okay, questions for the town administrator? Yes, Mr. Bureau.
And you may want to address this during the Public Works part, but you have here, it's kudos to Public Works Director Loberg, to the Public Works Department and their front office staff for the quick responses impaired to the water leaks on Thursday, 8/19. What happened?
Go ahead.
We had a pipe down on West 4th Street, 6-inch main line that runs behind a house that goes to the river. When it was installed, it wasn't properly installed and had rocks as backfill, and one of the rocks was sitting on it, and we probably got a little bit of pressure spike or loss of pressure, and with that wearing on that pipe and stuff, it finally decided to blow up.
Do you know who put that line in and when, by any chance? I mean, obviously that's what happened, but just curious.
I don't know when it was installed. It was before I was here.
Now, I heard anecdotally that there was some water tank damage to people's hot water tanks afterwards. Are you addressing that, or is that true or not?
I have not heard of any.
There have not been any reports of any issues
Okay.
or damage.
All right. Let's see. Okay, the paving project's been approved by the county commissioners. Is that the Meadowbrook section?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And they
thanks.
started paving today.
I'm sorry?
They started paving today.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mick.
I believe your item number 8 on page 20, RFP for the pedestrian bridge project with WSCC and the learning connection should read nature connection. Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
One with the same situation with the pedestrian bridge. We had in-kind services that the town was to provide for that trail that goes along the river, and I want to know when we're going to finish our part for the in-kind services, because we did not get our part done in time for that trail crew to finish up, and now the trail is incomplete, and I'd like to hear a plan for how that trail gets completed.
So for the trail that's over by the school, the direction of the board was in kind up to $5,000. And once the town reached that threshold, the work ended on the town's part of the in-kind service. There was some disagreement on the responsibility of some of the backfill that was left at the location, because the backfill was requested by those that were implementing the trail, that the town please put it there so that they had access, and they, upon completion, there was leftover materials. The town is going to go in and clean that up, but that is above and beyond the scope of what was approved as far as in-kind. So we're doing it to complete the project because there's no one left to complete it.
Thank you for that. And secondly, I'm wondering about the four-way stop on 2nd and Main, and if there's going to be striping for crosswalks.
There will be. We've requested an update on the striping schedule, but as far as I'm aware, we have not received one.
Haven't received the call back from them guys yet.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Michelle.
Sorry. So on the previous meeting follow-up, the request for committee wish lists, in light of our earlier discussion about committees, do we want to talk about that and whether that falls into the management category and maybe shouldn't be something that we're doing this year?
You know, this is, I can go, well, this is something we do every year because each of the committees has a little area of expertise. It's always been just the preliminary formation of the budget is, do you guys have anything that you'd like to put on that list? And then they get added in and sifted through. So it's more like just input from the board, from our knowledge of what we would like to see. And it goes through the budget process, so it's not slam dunked into the budget by any stretch of the imagination. It's just a wish list. And I would think that this could be something that the committees could do between now and next meeting when they go through their stuff. It could be one of the things left on the list. Yes, Bill.
One thing I haven't seen addressed for a while is the sale of the excess equipment. How are you coming with that process?
So we've gotten feedback that there isn't actually a clearly defined process as far as state or best practices. Communities all do that differently. And so I can put that on the agenda so that we can have that discussion, because I can do it the way that we've been doing it, which is via resolution with information that comes before the board and the board votes on for those higher ticketed items. Or we can do it the way other communities do it typically, which is if it's not an item that's a line item in the budget because it's a high ticket purchase, those processes are done administratively. So since the town has done it both ways, I think it would be appropriate to put it on the agenda and have that conversation so the board can make a decision on how they would like to address that. But to go back,
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so I will make that note so that Mary and I can discuss that for the next agenda. And as far as the committee wish list, sorry, this is very awkward. I'm not used to sitting at this end of the table. That has been a function based on the fact that the committees usually have a little bit more input on the activities that are specific to their areas. So we typically have met with them and received from them any input or ideas from their more intimate interaction with the staff in those areas on things that they might see as a priority coming up into the next year. We did put a request on that to have that by the 30th, as our first work session is the 7th, and we're falling a little bit behind on getting those things based on our calendar. We will have an updated calendar with some specific topics coming out to the board in the very near future. But it's at the discretion of the board if you want to provide the wish list. If you don't, if you just let us know that, then we'll move forward in those areas outside of the wish list.
Thank you. Now, I'm sure I cut you off, Michelle, and you have other things to ask, so I'm going to put it back to you.
Thanks. I'm sorry, scrolling down through my notes. No, that's actually all I had for the administrator's report. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the town attorney's report.
No written report, Mayor. I have two old business items that are on the agenda this evening. And then also we have the discussion with respect to the possible citizens initiative. And there was a late ad with a memo from me with respect to utility billing rates.
And would you like to address Ms. Sargent's question?
Don't let me speak for Ms. Ferguson, but this is the materials that she's going to scan in and email to the board that were provided by Ms. Sargent.
Okay.
Provided Ms. Sargent obviously still wants the distribution, but yeah.
Okay. All right, questions for our town attorney? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the fence issue, and I don't know if it's appropriate at this time. I was told that this will be on the next agenda, or there will be a memo on the next agenda. My question is specifically, we heard tonight from a member of the community that this involves town property. That's not something we've heard officially from town staff at this point. And I think that's really important for any decision making at the board level.
So I guess it was just, as I understand it, the direction from the trustees at the last meeting was to provide a written report that would be included in the packet as the administrator's report. And so I anticipate that that's going to be at the next meeting. If there is an encroachment issue, I anticipate that that memo will address that.
Any other questions for the town attorney? All right, seeing none. I would also like to open up this time if there's any questions for Chief Ferguson while we have him. Okay, seeing none, let's move on then to the treasurer's report. Who's going to do non-treasurer?
So included under the treasurer's report is the budget to actual through the end of June. If there's any questions specific to the budget to actual, we can try to address those. Otherwise, we'll discuss any other during disbursements and the reserve item on the agenda.
Okay, questions on the budget to actual? Yes, Bill.
Under the trash, what is the 50% reserve number for?
Because in the policy that you all have approved through the budget process, it states that you will hold a minimum of 25%, a maximum of 50% reserves for, and that is the one that is at above 50%.
So that's a town policy, not required by any debt instrument.
That is best practices.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes.
I just wanted to comment, that's how we bought the new trash truck, was from the reserve that we had built up in that department.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's move on to disbursements. Can I get a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve accounts payable in the amount of $47,769.92, that we approve a loan payment of $24,000, that we approve a transfer to Summit of $75,000, a transfer to payroll of $23,231.49, payroll taxes at $10,136.15, a transfer from ops $23,231.49, and the payroll direct deposit of $23,231.49.
Do I have a second? Questions? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I don't have any additional questions. I did submit some questions by email to staff, and I believe all the board got a copy of that. I do want to say that I am disappointed to see that we're paying our next annual fee for ClearGov when we have not been able to use that software in any meaningful way to date. So we've, not that it's a huge sum of money, but we've paid for a year of use that we have not had. And that's just disappointing to me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve disbursements. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second? Questions, comments? Yes, Mr. Bruner?
Where are you at tonight?
I'm sitting in the audience, obviously. Mr.
Approving the consent agenda, are we also approving the no fees for the Mountain Harvest Festival?
No, we're going to address that separately.
Okay.
Okay, yes, Michelle.
Just to be clear, that is on the consent agenda. So should we have a motion? I make a motion that we move the large park event off the consent agenda.
It's numbered as its own, which is why I am assuming we are addressing it separately.
Oh.
And it's not listed in our agenda
It's listed
summary
under
form.
the consent agenda on the agenda.
Right.
Maybe it's just a motion to approve those consent agenda items 6.
Okay,
Okay, I move that we approve consent agenda item 6.
great. Can I have a second on that?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I think we did that wrong. He made the motion to do it. We should modify the motion to do it.
I don't think we got a second on that, did we? No.
Yeah, we did.
All right. So let's go back to the first motion, which was to approve the consent agenda. All in favor?
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
I'd like to modify that motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you. I would like to modify my motion that we approve the consent agenda item number 6 only.
Okay. Can I get a second on that amendment?
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so now we have, that motion passes, so now we have a motion to approve the consent agenda, only item 6. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that passes. So let's move on to the Mountain Harvest Festival fee waiver request. Go ahead.
Tom, sorry, can you push the button
Oh.
on the top of the microphone, the kind of peach button?
It's gray.
Gray?
It's a big gray button.
Sorry, gray button on yours?
No,
No,
it's
on the-
down there.
That one?
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I'm Tom Backus. I live at 51 Pan American. I'm also the president of the board of directors of Mountain Harvest Creative, which puts on Mountain Harvest Festival. I don't exactly know what you just approved on number 6, so maybe I don't need to talk. But I just want to lighten up your meeting just a little bit to tell you that we're well on the way to the festival. We're 1 month away. We've had a good board. We've been meeting every 2 weeks since November. And it just should be, everybody's ready for this festival, and we're looking forward to it. The one thing I do, I'm going to introduce Josh Behrman. He can tell you about the festival a little bit. Josh is our festival director and has been for the last few festivals, and we're fortunate to have him. The one thing I do want you to know, and maybe some of you have heard, this year we obviously lost 2 people that were very close to the festival, Rick Stockton and Bill Bishop. And this year's festival is actually dedicated to Rick Stockton. And you'll see that on posters and things like that. You'll also see that we acknowledge Bill and say that the festival is in honor of Bill Bishop. And so those are going to be big deals at the festival. We're going to make a big deal out of it. The Sunday event
late afternoon Sunday before we close up is going to be a real tribute to both of them. So there's a lot of things going on. I'm going to let Josh talk about that a little bit, and then I'm going to come on and I'll talk to you about point number 7 when Josh is finished here. So Josh Bierman.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Thanks for letting me speak tonight. Just wanted to give you a little synopsis of what we're doing this year. It is our 20th year. Okay, sorry. This is our 20th year, being that we weren't able to do the festival last year, which should have been the 20th. So this will be our 20th year celebration, and as Tom did mention, it is a dedication to Rick Stockton and a memorial for Bill Bishop, which are two of our founding fathers of the festival. It is a 4-day event, kicked off at the Harvest of Voices, Pain Paonia. There's tremendous amount of activity in the park all day Saturday and Sunday and Friday night. We have a lot of new partners, the Farm Collaborative, Big Bees. We're one of the things I tried or I emphasized this year is kids. We have a big kid zone. We have the potential of being on PBS on Sunday morning at 6 a.m. They might be filming. We have just an incredible amount. We have a puppet show. We have just this very extravagant kid zone, in addition to just 2.5 days of nonstop music and other entertainers. We have these aerialists that are coming in with a big rig, and it's really exciting and it's really fun. So there's really something for everyone. There's a ton of music. There's a ton of kid stuff. There's acrobats. So there's a lot of family fun activity, and I'm hoping that it's something that you guys could be very proud of. That's all I really wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Berman. Sounds like a wonderful thing.
I wanted to also share the poster this year in our guide.
Thank you.
Pass around the poster. The poster just got distributed. It just came to us today. And the posters are beautiful, and I think you'll see that. And the guides, we just got the guides a couple days ago, and they're just now, you've got some out in the front here, and we're passing those around town, so please do that. The thing I do want to talk about now, if we can go to number 7, I am going to ask on behalf of our board for a waiver of the park fees, $450. We've done a pretty good job of fundraising, and this is basically, we're a nonprofit. We do give money to Arts for All and kids. We do try to promote a number of the nonprofits. But anyway, fundraising has gone okay. It hasn't gone great. We've found that some people that used to give a little bit more gave this year, but maybe a little bit less. I'm not sure exactly why that is, but we're still working on fundraising. And the the fee, the waiver I'm asking for is the $150 a day, $450. If you would consider waiving that fee for us. We've got the liquor license and we've got the other things we're paying for, but that fee I would like you to consider to waive for us, and it would help us. Okay?
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Okay, would someone like to make a motion?
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I'd like to make a motion that's consistent with our previous actions. Due to COVID-19, we've waived a lot of those fees because of the difficulty these festivals had in 2020, and we've considered that for this year. I think as we move forward, we're probably going to say, let's go back to the fees, but I think being consistent with what we've done for the other groups, I would make a motion that we waive the fee.
Do I have a second?
I second it.
Okay. Further discussion? Yes, Mr. Bear.
Again, I object. I think that the town, irregardless of who uses the park and for what good it is, the town incurs costs. And those costs had to be made up either by the people that use the park or citizens. And I think it's unfair to burden the citizens of the community for host a particular event. So I think I've been consistent in objecting to these, and I'm going to stay that way. I don't think we should approve this. Whether we do it to the next guy, what's going to be fair about that? It's a path I don't think we should have gone down in the first place.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. Any other comments? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Well, I agree with both Trustee Bear and Trustee Knutson. I think it's unfair to burden our taxpayers with the fee for every event we hold in the park. I also think that we've done this for every other event this year, and we need to be consistent for fairness. I would say that any event that is able to pay the fees, it would be much appreciated if you're willing to do that. But if it's a hardship, then I think we should waive it as we have for other organizations.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we have a motion to waive the fee for the Mountain Harvest Festival. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I think that motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you for doing this again this year. It's going to be wonderful. Thank you. All right, moving on to the next is unfinished business. First item under that is community comment period for unfinished business. Do we have anyone who would like to speak to the two items on unfinished business? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead to the second reading of ordinance 2021-06. Would someone like to make a motion for that?
Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance 2021-06, alcoholic beverage licensing and distance from public schools.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Can I get a motion on the second reading of ordinance 2021-07?
I move that we approve the second reading of ordinance 2021-07, amendment to provisions of town code regarding purchase and possession of marijuana.
Okay, one more time, Karen.
Okay. I move that we approve the second reading of ordinance 2021-07, amendment to provision of town code regarding purchase and possession of marijuana.
Do I have a second?
Second it.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries. All right, next on to new business. First up is community comment for new business. Do we have anyone who would like to address the board on the new business? Yes, Mr. Brune.
Again, I protest this ill-thought-out curtailing of public comment as things go along. It's impossible to really make a reasonable presentation to the board before you even know what's going on. There isn't enough information in this packet to make a really good statement. But I will say, as far as the billing for residences in a commercial zone, I think that you're cannibalizing your retail space where you generate your sales tax to put residences in there when there's no place for them to park, there's no place for their kids to play. What we see at what used to be Mom's Cafe around the corner, the blue duplex, that's a retail space cannibalized into a duplex. They've got their barbecue on the sidewalk. So I think you should go back and re-examine this entire notion. I see all the reason in the world to allow an owner of a business a place to live in their business. That's what I do. I think it's really good. Somebody's caring for that property all the time. I've got people all around me living in their businesses. I would never argue against being able to live in a business on Main Street, but this idea that you can turn that into residential space and rent it out as a residence is boggles my mind. You're cannibalizing your taxable space for stuff that is just going to plug up the system. It's just not right, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to any of the agenda items? Yes, Ms. Watson.
So it's a little confusing. I guess it's hard to speak ahead of time on this. This board review of commercial zone billing procedure. And in here was included some planning department notes for when the dwellings are secondary to a residential unit to the business use, dwelling secondary to the business use, was approved by the board. And it was to allow people who had businesses to live in their businesses if that would help them. You know, as shopkeepers, the traditional use. If you read those planning commission minutes. But it's not very well described in the code. So I'm not quite sure why that was all included, because we've got other parts in our code that talk about dwelling units and commercial spaces too that seem to be ignored. One is dwelling units as part of a business use. Well, that requires a special review. That's not permitted by right. And when I see dwelling units as part of a business use, I think of it as it's a business use. It's like apartments being rented out. That's a business. That's something you put on your taxes as collecting income from. And that requires a special review. And I'd imagine at that point, you'd talk about what you would do for water rates. You know, the board, the planning commission could ask, the board could ask, I'd imagine. But there's an absence of a lot of information in this code. So I'm not quite sure what the intent of this is. Is it for people who happen to live at their business, or is this for the greater issue of people putting residences downtown? And that would be dwelling units as part of a business use. Yeah, that's a question. Let me find my other. I've got to find the other thing here that I had on my mind. Okay, number 18, board consideration of public works vehicle acquisition. It's kind of weird how every year we spend a lot of money on snowplow equipment, and I don't know, is there any planning and thought that goes behind this, or are we just trying to spend money because we haven't and we haven't spent it yet? I think there was some major snowplow equipment that was bought last year, and then we hardly had any snow. So it's like, what are we doing with all this snowplow equipment? So I guess that's a question. I guess that's it. Okay, I thought I had one more thing here. Yeah. The board consideration of American Rescue Plan Act fund expenditure. So these funds came in and bingo, we want to start spending it. What about the budget? I mean, wouldn't it be more appropriate to talk about expenditures from this fund as you're looking at the greater budget to make sure that it's being used the most efficiently and being budgeted the most efficiently when you're looking at other funds that we have to spend in certain areas? So to just approve expenditures of this fund now because we have money in our pocket and it's burning a hole through it, I don't think it's wise to make a decision about that tonight. I would hope that you could look at it in the purview of the greater budgeting process. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Christina Patterson. I was wondering, did we get an asset inventory of all the public works, the trucks and all that? I wasn't sure if that came, and given that the budget hearings are going to be the beginning of September, I was just wondering if that was going to be given to everybody for that, because my concern is also the public works trucks, like how many do we have? And we just spent like $5,000 on that old truck to get it up to snuff, and just wondering if there was a comprehensive plan in place.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead to number 12, Zoning Board of Adjustments and Appeals open seats. So we have 6 people who have applied for a seat. We have 5 seats available. I would like to open it up to anyone who has made an application. If you would like to address the board, I would give you 3 minutes to make your case. Who would like to address the board? Mr. Classett.
My name's Steve Clisette. I live at 101 Box Elder Avenue. I put in, somebody, I think it was either Corinne or Cindy, asked me if I would apply. And the reason being is because I guess there were vacancies, and also I come with a wealth of knowledge and experience. I've been in the construction trades for, I guess it's officially 48 years now. I'm the guy that invented Dragon Armor. And I think that part of things is important. When you're looking at people coming to appeal or looking for arbitration, one, arbitration is something that has to do with knowledge and expertise and the ability to assess whether or not somebody's doing something that meets the intent of whatever code that they're trying to deal with. And then the other part of it is, at some point, when somebody's appealing something, being able to see beyond the obvious, I think is an important thing. And I bring that in spades. I'm somebody who, I'm a musician, I'm an inventor, I'm a creative. But I'm also really practical because I've been a roofer for 48 years. So I have this mix of stuff that I think would suit the town really well, and I'm willing to offer those services. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clisette. Anyone else would like to address the board? Yes. Would you please say your last name so that I know how to pronounce it?
Zuzana Taubinkel. I moved to Peonia area in 2018, and I do have to say I don't know too many people in here. So I decided this might be a good way to get to know the town better. And I studied civil engineering and practiced civil engineering in Europe, and construction engineering in Europe and civil engineering in US. I also have a design background. I remodeled several houses, you know, hands-on, led a group of people helping remodel. And as you said, I have the two sides of the brain. It's the engineering one and it's the creative one. So I, as well, am pretty good at finding solutions, you know, maybe not, or I wouldn't say common, but, you know, creative solutions to the problems. And I would love to keep the unique feel of Peonia going. You know, we have something special here. Why to destroy it, make it like everybody else? So that's why I would like to be involved.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Finelli.
I wrote down a lot of what I wanted this Board of Appeals for in my application, so you have that. But I just want to reiterate, we need to keep Peonia special. I want to keep the old buildings working the way they're supposed to, and, you know, not come in and divide walls and go up with parapets and all this other stuff that I don't know if we need to adhere to in Peonia. I don't think it's that important. So I would like to really be an advocate for people who have an idea how to spend their own money on their own building that they pay their taxes for and not have to be under the thumb or the rulership of one person. So I'm really excited about the Board of Appeals, and I hope you vote for me, and I think it's a good thing.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. So we do have 6 applicants. We have Mr. Clisette, Ms. Finelli, Mr. Oster, I think that's Oster, Mr. Sorensen, Ms. Taubinkel, I hope I got close, and Ms. Watson. So we can either do this one by one, or someone can put forward a slate, and if it's not 5, that's fine. We can do this piecemeal. Yes, Mr. Bear.
Madam Mayor, I know there's a lot of qualified people, but I think we should first of all look to our town residents, the town board. So how many are we going to allow to nominate?
Yeah,
We need
5 positions to fill, and we have 6 applicants.
Okay, then I nominate all the in-town residents to be on the board. And I think that would be Finelli, Suzanne Watson, Steve Clisette, and help me out if I'm missing somebody else. Oh, sure, okay. I'd nominate those individuals to be on the board.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion. Yeah,
Because there's only 6 of us that applied, I think there's going to be times where I might have to step down because of conflict of interest, or someone else might. So I think if we keep all 6, maybe even put that person out there that doesn't get voted in, to keep them, you know, available to help when one of us can't do or can't be in it.
well, unfortunately, our ordinance only allows for 5. We would have to change the ordinance to have an
Okay.
alternate.
So if, in that case, if we were under, like, you know, conflict of interest, what would we do?
You just recuse yourself.
And then it would be up to the board of 4 instead of 5?
It would be those that
Okay.
were able to vote. Okay, yeah, Ms. Patterson?
Sorry, I was just trying to understand that list. So we have 4 people who are in-town residents, or 5? 4.
Or Ms.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Bear.
If it so happens that we pass all 4 of those, I guess somebody else can make a motion on the 5th.
Correct, we could do it that way. All right, not seeing any further discussion. Ms. Mapp?
I'm just wondering if Mr. Ozer is here? He didn't list any of his qualifications, he just said he's interested, so. No? Okay.
He isn't present. We did leave him a voicemail about the meeting, but we didn't hear back from him in time. Only information I can share, I don't know him. I can tell you that he came in prior to this and has on several occasions stated his interest in participation. He had done a generalized application at one point, and then provided the specific application at the time that these seats became open.
Ms. Patterson?
Yeah, I can just add that he does work in construction.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second to nominate Mr. Cassette, Ms. Finelli, Mr. Oser, and Ms. Watson to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. So we have one more seat to fill. Would someone like to make a motion? It is Mr. Sorensen and Ms. Tavinkle. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Susanna Tavinko to the board.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion? Yes, Ms. Mack.
I think that's a good idea for, what is the word? Like a variety of members. But I do hope Mr. Sorensen stays interested and stays involved, because I know he's got a lot to offer as well.
Ms. Patterson?
Same. And depending on how things go with the board, I think maybe we should consider an alternate. I think that was a nice suggestion.
All right, any other discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, that motion passes. Let's move on to the proposed citizens initiative. Mr. Bruner.
So I've submitted a citizens initiative aimed at increasing accountability and transparency of the town and giving citizens a method to take their grievances to municipal court. I understand, I've tried to set up a discussion with Mr. Nerlin a couple of times, but we haven't been able to get together. So first, I understand you have some concerns. I'd love to hear them.
Yeah, unfortunately, we weren't able to get together. One of the things that was initially offered was the potential of a trustee and myself sitting down with you to discuss some of those concerns, but the goal from the trustees was to put this on the agenda so that we can have more of a public discussion. I don't know necessarily how far, and I don't think that it's really appropriate to get too far into the weeds with respect to this. I guess there's really kind of two areas that I would want to highlight. One is with respect to the request for certain documents. Certainly, and I know that Mr. Bruner is well aware of this as well, but Cora is a two-way street in that there's the ability to make the request and deliver the documents, but there's also the obligation to protect those records that are considered statutorily protected. I don't know if the trustees would want to consider some of the kind of requests of this component, and I think it would initially start at the staff level in terms of, are there documents that we could make readily available for town citizens in an effort to accommodate some of the concerns that are put forth here under this possible citizens initiative. Frankly, in my opinion, there would still need to be a Cora analysis. But that being said, it could be something that if the trustees were interested, they could give the direction to help make things more readily available.
So I think that's kind of covered here. It says that if there's a law that requires the withholding of a document, there's no question it has to be withheld. This initiative does not question that at all. It just says if there is not a requirement for that document to be withheld, it shall be released.
And I'm not debating that. I guess what I'm trying to see is if, and it's a question for the two petitioners, if there's a way to get out in front of this a little bit in terms of not having to go through the circulation and or vote, if the trustees would be interested in doing that initial analysis.
I don't quite understand that. Can you expound on it a little bit? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm getting at here is, do the trustees want, in an effort to try to save some resources and not have to go through an election, want to sit down and go through the analysis in terms of if they feel like there's records that should be more readily available on the town website or available to the public, that could be broadcast rather than having.
Okay. Thank you. And that's exactly why I wanted to put this on the agenda. If there's a common ground here, let's talk about it. That's why I'm here. Do you have other legalistic concerns? I think I heard a rumor about a judicial challenge to something.
Mr. Bruner, how about we look at this issue and then we can move on to any other issues so that we can have the board discuss this
Having
piece?
a little bit of an overview might help before you start voting on things.
Well,
whatever.
This is kind of specific to one issue. The municipal court thing is another issue that really isn't related to this first issue. So if we could at least have a board discussion on it.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Bear.
My question is, all records are public except those that are not. So maybe the discussion should be what records are going to be held in private.
That's almost an impossibility. I think that you really need to look at categorically kind of where's the information that you feel like you would like to have it more readily available. And maybe that also comes from the petitioners on this. I mean, I know that water surveys and that sort of data has been a big talking point. So maybe it's starting with a category like that, or town infrastructure, or things of that nature. I think it's an impossibility and it's a burden, and this is an assumption, to put that on staff to just say, hey, look, we want you to make everything available unless it's protected.
make
Well,
a comment to that?
Can I finish my
Yeah, okay,
question?
let Mr. Bear
Oh,
finish
sure,
his
yeah,
thing.
go ahead.
Well, we clearly have some records that are not going to be distributed to the public. Personnel records, medical records, um, certain information that will put the public at risk if it was disclosed to people that have nefarious intentions. Could we have the staff and the town administrator identify records that are not, they feel uncomfortable releasing?
So I would request some clarification on what exactly hasn't been, other than, as I feel that this, and again, I'm making an assumption that this primarily stems from the fact that the town didn't immediately release the draft infrastructure analysis from JDS Hydro. And so that's the specific language that's included in here, is that it would be a public document, notwithstanding CORA requirements, regardless of whether it was marked as a draft, a work product, etc. So that would be my question. Other than a draft document that we've received that was labeled as work product that we didn't immediately make public because it was a work product, what documents fall under this that the town has not released that have been requested?
The budget? Is that core request been fulfilled?
The budget.
Isn't there a core request for the town's books, roughly speaking?
No, that CORA request is well above and beyond the town's books.
Okay, has it been released?
That CORA request has not been filled.
Not been fulfilled?
No.
Well, see, my feeling is, and I think a lot of townspeople would agree with me, that if it's a financial record of the town, and I think the law backs this up to a large degree, it should be a public document. And
that's really specific.
So, and maybe you can help explain this to me a little bit, Mr. Bruner, but what I see with this is somewhat of a shift in terms of the burden doesn't go on the person making the request to make that the request, but the burden shifts to the town staff to
exactly.
say everything is available.
Unless a law says it's not.
Right.
I mean, let's go back to my own experience. I asked for records that were obviously public records. The town sued me and argued that it, literally, with support of several people currently on the board, the town was arguing in court that you should be able to sue anyone who requested any record. And even if they were found to be public records and the town was in error and had no good reason to suppress them, that the town would still not be liable for the attorney's fees of the requester. Literally, that's what the town was arguing. And I just think there's got to be a way to clarify that the town has to make public records available. Mr. Bear says personnel records are not available. Well, personnel records, and this is what the court decision came down to. It's a lot of court decisions do this. The town should have known this when they sued me, that includes personal information like your bank account number, medical records, yes, home phone, things like that. The rest of them are public records. I'm sorry, it's the law. And this I think would help clarify that.
And my purpose this evening is not to debate this. Certainly, Mr. Bruner and Mr. Hirschfield have the ability to circulate this petition. The only thing that I was presenting is if the trustees felt like they wanted to have a further dialogue with respect to it.
Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, I would say I appreciate that this was brought forward with an opportunity for dialogue rather than going straight to the citizen initiative process. And I think that it would be in our best interest to engage in that and try to see if we can find some common ground that might meet the needs of everyone, hopefully. So I have a couple of suggestions. One would be, I strongly recommend that you review, that all of us review the way Estes Park, as an example, handles email transparency, where every email between the board and between staff or between board members or with the public, they're all publicly available on the town website, probably barring any legal issues that would keep them private. And I don't know how they're managing that, but they are. So if we could talk to them and find out what their process is to get their emails online, what the costs associated, that would be a really quick way for us to increase transparency. Second, the town of Montrose also uses ClearGov, and they have a module of ClearGov that's, they call it a financial transparency module. So that's on the Montrose City website, and it allows you to see in real time the Montrose checkbook with all of the disbursements. It can be downloaded to Excel so that you can sort it, you can search it, you can make your own charts or graphs if you want to do that and really understand where the funds are going. So I think that's another thing that we could adopt that would really lead to greater financial transparency. And I think that would meet a couple of the issues that you're looking for. I also think when we're talking about draft documents, I don't know if this is something that requires formal board action, but I would say that any document that has moved, like if it's something that staff is working on, that to me is work product. If it's transmitted from staff to the board, at that point it should also be public. It should be transmitted to us in a public packet and made public at that time. So I would like to see us move in that direction. So even if it's in draft form and not final form, if it's shared with the board, it's shared with the public, just by default. And so I think that meets several of the things that you have in here.
Yes. And I want to point out, too, this is not a broad coverage. This is limited to infrastructure and finance. This doesn't cover everything that the town is involved in. So it's infrastructure and finance. I mean, you know, it's pipes and filters and dollars. That's what this covers.
Yes, Mr. Knut.
I think Trustee Pattison has brought up some very good points that might help bring this to a resolution. And I really support what she's brought up here. I think the ideas of utilizing ClearGov more efficiently with the finance stuff would be a way to go. And that the idea of the email thing, that's always a dicey thing about, should I send this email, should I not send this email, who's it going to? If all our emails are public and we know that, it makes it really simple. So I like the suggestions you have, and I like that transparency. The concern I do have is around public works, and it's what Trustee Bear brought up. There are people out there who would want to sabotage things that we have, and if they know detailed information about the placement and the critical infrastructure, I think it's really important to keep that private for the protection of our citizens. With regard to the JDS Hydro report, you know, it was an attempt, at least this is the way I saw it, an attempt to try and get any erroneous data fixed before it became public. But unfortunately, that was drawn out and done so widely. You know, it was sent to the Water Commission, to the board, to a number of people. It could have been much more discreet between staff and engineering, just making sure that there weren't errors. But I think it turned into a conspiracy theory kind of thing about we're trying to hide something, and that wasn't, at least my experience of that intent. But I do see where something like this comes from, because in watching it as an outside party, I could see where people would be very suspicious of, you know, coloring the report to make it look a certain way. So those draft engineering reports that I think are coming in might be also something we'd want to include.
You seem to want to make a point, Mr. Bruner.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the first point that you made there?
Email, and it was about using ClearGov for the finance.
Yeah, and then what was it you said?
Infrastructure thing, and keeping pieces of the infrastructure.
Right. So pass a law, pass an ordinance that says there's security concerns. Make that ordinance. The Cora says those may be withheld. If you think they should be withheld, put it in an ordinance, exactly what is to be withheld, and make it very clear. I have no problem with that. I don't want saboteurs running around. Or being
Finding
enabled.
some agreement here.
Yeah, I think there is some grounds for agreement here. As far as the withholding of that report, there was an email that Corinne put out that I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, said that the reason that it was withheld was for her to get a handle on it to present it to the public. And I don't think that's, I'm sorry, you didn't say that?
I don't think that that's the scope of this discussion.
Okay, all right,
so.
all right, well, whatever. My opinion is that those things, once they hit the town, a report that's paid for by the town should be a public document. Thank you. So, I've done several core requests. I don't feel that the explanation of why things are withheld is adequate in many cases. And so there's a clause in here that says that there will be a specific statement referring to the exact law that requires this redaction, and that pages will not be withheld. Things will have to be withheld by redaction so that the public can see how much stuff is not being transmitted. I think that's a reasonable thing too. As far as the core request being free to citizens, in this version it's limited to citizens of the town and property owners, I think. But let's be honest, the town spends more on snacks for the office staff in a year than they charge for core requests. And it's often an impediment to people. It's an intimidation that keeps people from asking for stuff. And I think there should be limits on what the town can charge for Cora stuff. I think sometimes it's a ruse.
So I have a question. I mean, what do we, aside from paper copies, we don't charge for Cora requests, do we?
There's a charge for staff time.
Okay.
If
Absolutely.
if it's a lot of staff time, we don't charge for, if it's going to take a few hours in the day, we don't. Anything over an hour, we could, but we don't. And unfortunately, I didn't bring that with me tonight, but we actually did audit our records to see how many Cora requests and how many time fees have been assessed. I can tell you this year alone, I've done 13 Cora requests and no fees were assessed.
Well, then there shouldn't be much argument on this one.
Well, and the fact that there are times when we have to fulfill very large Cora requests that take up an extreme amount of time, and we have had to do that as well.
And I think, too, if you want paper copies, it seems reasonable to pay for the paper and the copy ink to do a paper copy when it can be provided electronically.
I'd compromise on a reasonable 10, 15 cents a page for paper. Sure, if that's what you want instead of an email.
Yeah. See, I think charging for paper would be fine.
Okay, sure,
Yeah.
paper costs money.
Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, first I agree with you. I think charging for paper copies is reasonable as long as we are providing an electronic alternative, if at all possible.
So just quickly, under Cora, if you don't have a record, you don't have to generate it. So if you just have a paper copy, you don't have to scan it in and create an electronic version. So that's how we've typically operated.
Right. So the truth is, I'm a little bit disappointed. On, I think it was the 9th, I dropped off a revised, a new version of this that I guess you thought was just the old one done over or something. It has a few changes in it. And
That
yeah.
is the revised copy that I scanned.
No, it's the new one, the green one. This was the red one. See, that's right. You can check it out. It's not that much difference. I sent it. I think I sent it to you. Well, I didn't put that on there. Anyway. So,
Ms. Patterson?
Sorry, I have a couple more comments.
Sure.
One, I think, I know part of the concern was with the draft report was getting it out in draft format, and maybe that wasn't entirely clear that it was a draft at that time. I think that's really easily remedied by just stamping it, giving it a
And
watermark
that's what
as
it
a
was
draft.
done, yeah.
And ultimately, that's what was done. So I think we could do that moving forward with draft documents. And then I had another comment and it's gone now. Sorry.
Well, I think the draft is a ruse, and especially things like the draft copy of the audit. I'd really like to know what it is in the draft copy of the audit. I've heard, I think under some past administrations, the draft copy of the audit should have been made available because the final audit that came out was not right. And I think citizens should be able to see draft copies of the financial records and what it is that the auditor wants to have changed, or the town wants the auditor to change. I think that should be public record.
Yep. All right, so, oh, Cindy? Did who? Yeah.
The only part of the audit that we receive as in the draft copy is just the number so that I can formulate the management discussion.
That's fine. I'd like to see it.
Okay, so now I guess we get to the court issue.
Mayor
Wait.
Beckren.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It came back to me. My other comment was, as far as charging for quarter requests, if we're charging for some and not charging for others, and it's based on the amount of time spent, I hope that we're using a really clear policy and being consistent about when it is we charge and when it is we don't charge. So like a certain number of hours or a certain number of pages or whatever that metric may be. I think it's very important that we're consistent about that.
So a policy or an ordinance to that effect? Would that be acceptable to you, Mr. Bruner?
Maybe. I'd have to see it.
Okay.
If I may, Mayor?
Yes.
So, seems like there's kind of some consensus here from the board with respect to taking a look at a couple of concepts. One is the email concept and making the trustee emails readily available. Two is it seems like there's a relative consensus to make unprotected infrastructure information available. And then three, to take a look at the employment of ClearGov and how that's done by Montrose. You know, these are all separate than the Citizens Initiative, and it may be that, you know, those steps might not satisfy the petitioners, but I think it would be good if there's the ability of staff to undertake the analysis in terms of getting back to the board of what that would look like, and, you know, if the time frames for employing that could come back for the trustees to, you know, provide an update in terms of what those processes would look like. So.
And then, okay. So, just FYI, Ms. Ferguson. So Bo, would you want to summarize again, please?
Sure. So this is independent of, you know, Mr. Bruner's Citizens Initiative, but I'd be asking that staff, and Corinne wasn't here, so she can kick me for whatever I say here. I think that's why you guys put us next to each other. But that staff could come back with further analysis with respect to making unprotected infrastructure reports available, the implementation of ClearGov, having a conversation with Montrose County and others in terms of that budgetary component, and then three, having a discussion with Estes Park and or probably frankly CIRSA in terms of the processes that are employed in terms of making trustee emails readily available.
Is that doable, Ms. Ferguson?
There's one other thing above the municipal court part.
Okay, one second, Bill, before we go there, okay? What would the board like to direct the town administrator to do that and then bring it back, and then we could come back and you could get that information, and then we could discuss those parts of the citizen initiative?
Next meeting?
Can we do that by next meeting?
I don't want to overpromise. I mean, I think that would be the goal, but we've got
We have stuff, I know. Well, if it's feasible, I mean, that's a question for Ms. Ferguson more than anything else.
Some kind of a time commitment.
Right, some kind of a time commitment on this. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Bruner?
It's 2 meetings, right?
2 meetings.
Yeah, okay, I guess so. The other
Okay.
thing is
So let me make sure the board is
Okay.
on board with this. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Are we doing a motion to?
You
to
know, we
provide
can do a
direction?
motion, or we can just direct staff to do it as the board wishes.
Based on our last conversation, or last meeting, I'd be more comfortable doing it as a motion.
Okay, go for it.
Bo, you're gonna have to help me out. But
All
I
right,
move-
so unprotected infrastructure.
Okay.
Right, it's
All
just,
right. So I move that we direct staff to do a Cora analysis and bring back to the Board of Trustees by the second meeting in September, a review of what the processes would look like to get emails, all trustee emails available on the website, to adopt ClearGov's open checkbook. And I think there was something else, and I'm not remembering
the
what.
unprotected infrastructure.
And to make all unprotected infrastructure information available to the public.
Okay, can I get a second on that?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. We have a motion to have the staff do a core analysis on what it would take to get the ClearGov checkbook up and running, all emails on the website, and unprotected infrastructure available. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion carries, and it's to by the second meeting in September.
Great.
Great.
Thank you.
All right,
So-
now
so-
let's go on to the court.
All right, so trustees shall
Wait.
have broad access to all the records of the town.
Oh, that one, yeah.
I-
No, I mean, we can't, for example, we don't get personnel records. And that's like
Again,
completely
personnel
out
records
of
that
our,
are withheld by Cora are the banking information, the home telephone number, the home address, something relating to medical. The rest of it is a public record. Go back and read the decision of the custodian of records of the town of Paonia versus Bruner. Read it. That's public record.
I would like our attorney's opinion
Well,
on that.
Well, ask him to read it.
I mean, again, as you guys know, I don't like to provide legal advice in an open meeting, but I would shift the burden in terms of if the trustees feel like they're not getting information that has been requested.
And again, we're getting sidetracked into some idealistic stuff here. This deals with infrastructure and finance. The argument over employee records it's a definite discussion, but that's not part of this initiative. I left it out. I made it easy for you.
All right,
okay?
so that
All
is
right,
not
but-
clear to me.
But to the trustees, you are the trustees, you are charged with overseeing the town. As a trustee, I was denied access to town records. I never asked for an employee file. I asked to see what the building department keeps. I asked to see the books. I was told, no, I can't see that. It just boggles my mind. What's being hidden? As a trustee, how could you not want to have the access to all the records of the town? I put this in here for you guys.
Yeah. Well, and I think in a way, at least I'm speaking for myself here.
Okay.
I think in a way what it does, it begins to drag us down into the weeds and into the management part of this town that we should not be in.
This is a new version you've got.
Yeah, when I first read this, that's exactly where I went.
Right.
Is
Well,
that
whatever.
it's outside of our purview, and it's
No,
only going to get
no,
us embroiled in
no.
stuff.
What kind of
that-
records does the building department keep? There's nothing more complained about, or one of the most complained about things in this town is the building department. What kind of records do they keep? You guys should know. What did the previous guy keep? Why are people so upset about the building inspector here? There's a reason, and it's either revealed in the records or the lack of records. And you guys should have the ability to check it out. That's what I think.
Yeah, Mr.
So anyway.
Knudsen.
I think what I'm hearing is a concern, because this isn't necessarily my experience on the board. Whatever I've needed, staff has been open. But I think for future trustees, what we're trying to prevent is a similar situation that Mr. Bruner has gone through, where, you know, I do want to exercise oversight. And I've had conversations and heard from other trustees that, yes, we have a responsibility for oversight, and being able to have access to records for oversight purposes is a good thing. That's our responsibility on the board.
I mean,
So
you're not allowed to talk about things you shouldn't talk about.
No, no.
But you should be able to see them.
Right,
You are the
exactly.
ones who are trusted. You've taken an oath
Right. Yeah.
to do it right.
Right, right. So I think what we're trying to do is protect future people and ourselves right now, that if we want to seek records, we should be able to have access to those records. That's what I'm hearing here.
Without having to do a core request.
So maybe what the thing then is to, again, set a policy or an ordinance that says the board has access to, records. And, yeah, make it as specific as we want it to be.
I mean, if there's some specific type of record that you can't see as a trustee, it should be enumerated.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Do we want a motion to do that? If we're going
I think
to.
we have a couple of things here. So, yeah, we have a couple of things here. I mean, one, we talked about an ordinance to keep certain infrastructure things secret, so that we need to lay that out, and I think we need to, figure out what that is prior to doing it. The whole idea about what we charge or don't charge for CORA requests, that's something else that we probably need to address. And so, and that goes to the policy for staff time. So this is just another one of those. It's a list of things that we need to look at and that we need to make motions on and to actually move forward on.
Yep.
And I don't know
Okay,
if we need to do that right now or not.
I can go ahead and make some motions.
Okay.
All right. First, I move that we develop an ordinance to protect infrastructure security. An ordinance to specifically identify infrastructure data that needs to be withheld from CORA requests for security.
Okay, because we have the direction to come back to the trustees by the end of the month with respect to unprotected infrastructure, so.
Right. So this would
But
be
that-
to determine what is protected infrastructure.
Right, yeah, it seems different than what
Sure.
the staff requirement was. Because she was supposed to look at what it would take to do this kind of stuff.
Right.
Instead of identifying what is and is not unprotected infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there wants to, my perspective is that want to get our hands on everything that's out there first and foremost before we start writing an ordinance in terms of what's in and what's out.
Okay. That is one way to look at this. Do you want to carry on with your motion?
Well, I made the motion, which is to
All right.
develop an ordinance to identify protected infrastructure.
Do I have a second? Okay, that motion dies for lack of a second. So it seems like we need to get the report from the staff, and then we can move forward on specific policies and ordinances. Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
The thing that's really hard about the infrastructure is infrastructure keeps changing and terms keep changing, and trying to keep up with the changes in infrastructure would be pretty much in the weeds and very difficult. So that's why I didn't second that.
Okay. All right. So, all right, so then the third thing is to look at this point, that this, a policy on this, the what? Okay. time, a policy for time. Yeah, some kind of policy on when we will charge and not charge for Cora requests.
One of the differences in the most recent copy of this that I submitted, and it's an evolving thing, that's why we're talking here, is a definition, description, and clarification of a Cora public record versus a public document under this this initiative.
Okay.
It separates the two, and you wouldn't necessarily have to make a Cora request for documents that are described, that are specified as public. That's one of the intents here, is to take away the intimidation of making a Cora request for stuff about infrastructure and finance. Believe me, it's an intimidating thing to be making Cora requests for town records. You get the evil eye, and the town might sue you. So anyway, so it kind of was intended to remove this from the Cora process and draw a distinction between the two.
Well, I think
we can talk about that more later.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we have a path forward on that piece.
I agree. I see some good faith here, and
yeah.
I want to give you kudos and move on.
Okay, so it's the whole access to board, I mean, policy on that. All right, we're going to let both speak first.
So Corinne has indicated that she's in a position to also provide some analysis in terms of historically time put forth on Cora requests. So I think that could be taking a look at, staff man hours and what that would equate to, and that might help make the trustees kind of formulate a decision in terms of, because it's always intended to be pass-through costs, and the reality of Cora is that you have 3 business days, and if it's an all-encompassing records request, that could potentially mean all hands on deck from finance.
You get 10 if it's a complex request.
You're not wrong, but you start with the standard of 3. So,
right.
So it can be IT, it can be finance, it can be the clerk, and it can be the administrator. So.
Okay, so Corinne will bring back some costs, some analysis on what the costs were. Okay, so we still have the issue of board access to records. Yes. Ms. Bettinger.
Earlier tonight, we talked about committee responsibilities and some of this, like in the personnel, like what are you looking at the personnel records for? Well, that's just to make sure that they're there and that their reviews are done and that their job description is there.
This doesn't cover those.
Pardon?
This initiative doesn't
All
cover
right.
those.
But my point is, this is oversight, and that's what we do. All of the board does oversight. But if you've got all of these board members wanting to follow around our staff at any length of time or at any unannounced time, just because I want to see these records, we gotta limit this or somehow corral this thing before it gets to be a real herding cats.
So it's, keeping out of the weeds while still
This
providing
is interfering
oversight.
with the management, yes.
Now, yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, so I have a comment on that. I like what Dave had to say about this is not just for us, but this is for protecting future boards and making sure it's very clear that access is available should we need it. At the same time, from my perspective, it becomes the administrator's responsibility if any one of us as a trustee is being overburdensome to report to the board as a whole and ask for some clarity on direction. So I would expect as a board member to hear that from staff. If we've got one board member who's taking half of your time over the week for unnecessary Cora requests, to come back to the board and say, hey, I'm getting these requests. This is taking time away from my other responsibilities. I need board direction as my supervising entity on how to address that.
Well, I guess this is the board not asking. This is not a Cora request kind of thing. It's the board just asking for information. Yeah.
But at the same time, I think we don't cut off access to data because we're afraid people are going to take too much. What we do is make sure the administrator feels empowered to come to the board and have a frank conversation with us if we're taking too much of her time away from the priorities.
So again, I mean, do we want to formulate a policy? If we are protecting future board members, then we probably need to formulate a policy on this.
So I would make a motion that we develop an ordinance specifically to protect data access for board members.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Hearing.
I'll second it.
Okay, almost got cut off there, Dave. Okay, would you repeat that so I can get it down properly?
Yeah, that we develop an ordinance to protect data for board access. Or to protect the board's access to data, something
Protect
like
board's access to data. All right, any further discussion on this? Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
I was listening when I heard that it's the job of the administrator if one of us as board members is becoming undue burdensome. But in reality, I think that's very difficult for an administrator to come forward to the board and complain about a board member. I just don't think it's realistic. So doing this is maybe a better way to get at it.
Okay. All right, any further discussion on this?
In the past, there's been administrators here that have no problem complaining about board members. I think it's
well, our current one.
I don't think that's a valid concern.
I was going to say our current one does seem to have that issue. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. We will develop an ordinance. Okay. So, now we get down to municipal court, I believe. Am I on the same page with you?
We can talk about that. You bet.
Okay, excellent. Mr. Nerlin, I'm sure you have an opinion here.
So again, with the standard caveat that I don't provide legal advice in an open board meeting, I guess I would question that you can have municipal court have this jurisdiction. Just under state statute, the jurisdiction of municipal court is the enforcement of ordinances. You have redress to challenge ordinances through the referendum process under Title 31. This citizens initiative doesn't include a standard in terms of what the review would be in terms of if it's deemed a proper ordinance or not. I mean, it just, frankly, the way I read it, becomes arbitrary of the judge in terms of being able to make that decision. So I personally don't think that you can structure or grant that power to the municipal court.
Okay.
So I've received some other advice that you would have to go back to the enabling ordinance for the municipal court, which I agree, this is probably not written the way it should be. But I think if it were enshrined in the ordinance establishing the court, that the court could hear citizens' grievances and rule on the proper or improper administration of those ordinances and direct them to be followed to the letter of the law under pain of contempt, that would give citizens a fairly impartial shot, at least, in climbing through the weeds and the maze of the ordinances of this town. I mean, this fence thing is a perfect example. There's stuff on the books, it's confusing, it's probably in the wrong section, it's not being followed, and you guys, you know, I mean, it's going on for a while, and it's not on the agenda yet. So I think that it's possible to do.
So it seems to me that we would need to go back, well, I don't know. Can we write an ordinance to that and have it be upheld by
Sure.
any court? I mean, that's the thing. Is this going to be taken to court itself?
Are you going to take it to court?
Well, not moi, but.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Knudsen.
What comes to me is tying the town in knots.
Yes, I'm sorry, would you please?
Tying the town in knots. We're elected as a board to make decisions about when there's problems and when there's issues, and what I'm concerned about is something like this. First of all, the judge is appointed by this board, so there's already a bias by taking a complaint about this board to a person we've appointed. So that may not be the right mechanism to do this. There are appeal processes that might be more appropriate for something like that, but what I'm concerned about and what I'm feeling right now is just feeling like the town's being tied in knots. We're stuck in the kind of the whack-a-mole mode and not trying to be strategic about where we're trying to go. We're not dealing with the water right now. We're not dealing with those things. And this is an issue that I feel is just, I just can't.
And believe me, there's a lot of that.
Okay, well, I can see that, you know, building and the zoning now has a Board of Appeals, and that citizens can go to the Board of Appeals on those
I don't,
things.
perhaps, maybe there's a twink in that ordinance that would satisfy some of this, but I don't think there's a way for a neighbor who's being impinged upon by a violation of the code or the refusal to, or whatever, not enforcing some part of the code. There's a mechanism for the applicant for the building permit to go to the Board of Appeals, or the applicant for a zoning variance to take it to a Board of Appeals. There's no avenue for, or at least I'm not aware of one, for the neighbor or the guy down the street or the guy across town who couldn't do that a year ago to take that to the Board of Appeals. And so that's kind of the difference there, is this would be, anybody in town could go ask the judge to explain this ordinance to me.
But, well, I think you've kind of bifurcated the issue there, because you have certain approvals that occur via public hearing process, you know, if it's a variance or if it's a PUD, things of that nature. And there's redress, for anybody if they feel like that there's been an abuse of discretion. That's a Rule 106 petition to the district court.
And how do they go to district court?
Yeah.
Right, and that cost $30,000. That's 30 grand right off the bat, and that's where it falls down. It's not real. It doesn't exist for the average citizen. It's not even a possibility to be able to take it into municipal court. I said for $50, make it 100, you know, or some reasonable amount. Hopefully, the judge is not arbitrary. I don't know how many judges you think are arbitrary. I don't have that much experience with a whole lot of judges, but hopefully they're not. And if they are, they should be replaced. And you're right, it's kind of biased in your favor because you appoint them. Well, I'm not trying to change that. It's taking a chance that citizens might be able to get, like I say, the ordinance explained. Is this right? Is this being enforced properly? I think it's a legitimate question.
Okay, put your mic on, please, Bo.
But there's no standard. So
Well, so let's make a standard.
well,
I'll help. I'll help.
a standard on what? I mean, you have to have standards on each and every ordinance almost, in theory, in terms of how are you making that determination in terms of the guidance that the judge should follow.
Well, I think the way I've thought about it is, if you get charged with violating an ordinance, you get hauled into court, and the judge reads the ordinance, and here's the evidence, and decides whether or not you violated the ordinance. Do you have to have some guidance for the judge on every ordinance? I think the ordinance is the guidance. You read it. It's black and white. Otherwise, it's a secret law.
Look, again, my goal here is not to debate it. I believe that there's redress that's available both under the initiative, if you have something on the books, or if you want something on the books that doesn't exist, you can go through that process through the referendum in terms of if there's an ordinance that's passed, or if there's a decision that's been made, you can file a petition for a 106, or you can go to the Board of Adjustment, Board of Appeals. So I believe there's already redress that exists.
there's one other piece that I would put in a deal to withdraw this, and that's public comment before a vote of the board. I just throw that out. That's a new development that you guys have tossed out in the last little bit here. So I'll just be upfront about that.
I think we need to discuss that, and I'm not sure this is the time to do that.
Okay. So we'll be talking again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So does anybody have any thoughts or questions on the whole municipal court thing? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
I'm completely torn on this one because I agree that it would be nice for citizens to have an avenue that's not the huge expense involved with district court to challenge our ordinances. At the same time, I would defer to our town attorney that the municipal court isn't the right setting for that. So finding another avenue that would be acceptable to the community and carry enough weight to actually be able to challenge our ordinances, I don't know how we get there.
Right.
But I don't think it's a bad idea to have an appeals process in place. I don't know if that looks like required mediation or a board of people who are qualified to review ordinances. I have no idea.
Right. Mr. Bear.
But isn't that what the board is charged with doing? If a person feels impacted by an ordinance, they have the right to come and stand at that microphone and explain their viewpoint. I think that what you're trying to do is strip the board of their responsibilities because you don't like the board, and turn it over to a judge.
Well,
and I don't know if you could tell a judge what to do anyway.
Well, you already have told the judge what to do. You've hired them to enforce the ordinances. It's a minor extension of that. And frankly, a lot of times people come up with their grievances, the board doesn't say a word.
And again, you know, it goes back to that handout from CML. I mean, that's not our job, is to sit there and address each individual's grievances. That's in the weeds. That's outside of what we should be doing.
And that's kind of the separation of powers of government. You've got the people that make the laws, and you got the people that interpret the laws. And then you got the people that administer the laws. And for you to be the judge, jury, and executioner is a big burden.
Heavy lies.
Yeah. So anyway, I know you want to move on.
Yeah, so I'm not sure where to go with this last piece. Yes, Ms. Patterson?
What if we formalized a process for people to bring concerns specifically related to ordinances on the books to the town?
What if we have the administrator put it out on the listservs and see if there is a town out there somewhere that actually has some kind of process that's analogous to this, that we could copy and or steal?
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the commercial zone billing procedure. Okay. Mr. Nerlin, do you want to kind of summarize?
Sure,
your
I'd be
thing?
happy to. So in a late add to the board packet was a memo basically highlighting a concern that has been brought forth with respect to the fact that there's the ability under the C1 and C2 commercial zone districts to have a secondary use, which is a residential dwelling unit. That being said, it has been the procedure of the town staff to charge commercial rates for the commercially zoned districts. It really pertains to water, frankly, and it's a difference of at the very least the base rate of an additional $10 a month. So the goal is to check in with the trustees because the ordinance that was passed in 2016 doesn't provide any guidance in terms of how that utility rate should be levied, and see if there's a comfort level to proceed as is, or if the trustees would like to take a different approach. If there's a different approach, I would really defer to staff in terms of what the obligation would be in order to determine, you know, use versus zoning.
All right, thoughts, feelings on this? Yes, Mr. Bear.
What is the issue that's driving this forward?
There's been a citizen that, a citizen that raised the issue and you know, brought further investigation in terms of what the practice is, and wanting to check in to make sure that the trustees are comfortable with the current practice.
Well,
Mr. Bear.
I need to.
I know you need to
Okay.
recuse yourself, yeah. All right, well, let's Mr. Bear finish his statement, and then we'll do that.
the issue in 2016, when this thing came about, was an individual wanted to live in their place of business. So the town allowed that to happen, and it happens with other residents as well, so I don't think that is really a driving issue. But this is a different issue, I understand. Is that correct?
Yeah, Power One.
Strictly the base rate water charge application. It's not trying to re-examine the ability to have an residential dwelling use on a commercial property.
Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, I would like guidance, if you're comfortable giving it an open meeting, on whether I need to recuse myself for this, because I do believe I think it's my property that brought this issue up in the first place, but at the same time, we're talking about a more general change to water rates that, based on our guidance from Sam Light, this is not specific to me. This decision would not be specific to me, and I don't have any specific financial gain from this other than what would be possible for anyone else in a commercial building.
So, as you know, the conflict rests with you. So you need to undertake that, you know, your independent analysis. And the only question I would provide is if you feel like the potential for a uniform financial gain for all those that would be impacted is driving your decision. Is that something that you feel like makes you impartial?
I believe that I can be impartial on this topic. I'm less concerned about any specific outcome and more concerned about overall fairness and consistency.
Okay.
Unless the board feels otherwise, and then I will. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bear.
So kind of a pointed issue, and you don't have to answer it. Is it your property that's driving this issue forward, or is it somebody else?
I believe it is my property that's driving the issue, but staff could confirm. I kept myself out of that conversation as much as I could.
I don't want to, I mean, we're just talking general here, so I'm not necessarily trying to put any property or property owner out there that is not here or may be here to weigh in.
Perhaps if you don't feel comfortable being on the board and doing it, you would stand at the podium and explain the issue to us.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that.
Okay. Yeah.
So Michelle Pattison, 2nd Street. And I'll say that I can speak to the issue as I understand it, but as I said, I've been mostly not a part of any communication that's happened around this, specifically because I am a board member. So there may be details I'm not able to provide this evening. But my understanding is that our property is zone C2 commercial, and we have a commercial unit, and we have a dwelling unit as an accessory use to the commercial unit in the same building on the same property. We're charged 2 commercial base rates, even though we only have a single commercial unit instead of being charged. Our current code is super unclear about how we should be charged. I think you could interpret it that we should only be charged a commercial base rate, one base rate, or that we should be charged a commercial and a residential base rate. I find it really hard to find a justification for charging 2 commercial base rates for a property that only has 1 commercial unit. So does that clear up what's going on?
Mr. Bear.
So I would ask Mr. Bruner, how are you being charged for your water? Are you being charged because you're an owner of a commercial property as well as a resident?
It's a question you should ask my wife.
Oh, dear.
But basically, I get two bills, 2 trashes, 2 waters, 2 sewers, and one of them is a commercial and one of them is a residential. And reading this in the packet, I don't think it's actually kosher. This is something I'd take to that judge and say, explain this to me, Judge. How are they figuring this out? And while I'm here, I think it's a stretch to put on Michelle that this is only driven by her question. I think there's another case coming down soon that involves a property on Main Street that's going to be very germane to this question.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Burr.
Nobody said that. Just for the record, nobody said that. I made
Nobody didn't
pains,
say it.
everybody made pains to not identify anybody specifically with respect to this issue.
All right. Excuse me, we're going to hold this. Ms. Patterson.
Thank you. I want to be clear that I did self-identify that this is related to my property. If there are other properties involved with a similar concern, that's not something I was aware of. But yes, I think my property is at least one of the properties related to this issue.
Okay, thank you.
And I do have some other comments that I'd like to share with the board about my take on it, separate from my own property, but I will
Okay.
Whenever I should do that.
Okay. Mr. Bear.
Okay, when we had the Rao property and it was, this is what drove this particular ordinance. How are those folks being billed?
Based on zone, commercial.
As, they're getting 2 bills as well?
They do receive multiple base rate commercial charges.
So then it becomes a policy issue, how we want to do that.
Yes, so again, in 2016 was the modification that removed the regulation that only commercial use could be used within the commercial zone. So at that time, the board action was to allow dwelling use as a secondary use to commercial. It did not identify that that was only for owners of the business. It was just a blanket ordinance for dwelling purposes as a secondary use in a commercial. There was no modification to billing. Billing has always been based on zone because all uses were based on the zone use. Because of that, the town has continued and when questioned by the board reported that the units are billed based on the zone. So the residential units in a commercial zone are billed to commercial rates as well as held to commercial standards when it comes to building code, permits, and regulations.
Well, I thank you for that. I would disagree with one small part of that was that the dwelling units are secondary to the business. So that infers that the dwelling unit is an integral part of the business. They live there. I think that's the deciding factor to me. But I think as far as the rates, it's what does the town want to do about the rates?
Yeah, Yvonne, to the board decision. Do you want to bill it any residential attached to a commercial? Are we going to bill it by use or are we going to bill it by rate? Ms. Patterson.
Is it okay if I speak from here? Is it okay? So I think the fairest way to address this consistently across town would be to have a single standard base rate, period, for all units. Because what is the goal of our base rate for water? My understanding is the base rate is intended to collect the funds that are necessary to keep the water system running, absent any water use. Like even if you're getting 0 gallons of water, you're still contributing because there's still staff time, there's still the tank that we have to pay for, the lines and all of that. So the base rate is meant to cover those costs. And I would argue that whether you're a business unit, a residential unit, whether you're in a commercial zone or a residential zone, there's no inherent difference in your draw on the system or your cost to the system based on that alone. So I think a single base rate would solve this issue for everybody.
I would ask Ms. Ferguson, is that true? And Mr. Loberg, is that true? Is there a bigger strain on the system for commercial rather than residential?
The strain, correct me if I'm wrong, Travis, but I would say that the strain is based more on the size of the tap than the designation of commercial versus residential. It would be the size of the tap and the draw of the water.
I would agree with that.
On some cases, how do we know how much the resident has used and how much has been commercial? If they're not two separate taps, how would we bill it differently? I mean, how, like Ron Rowell's house or Mr. Bruner has two different bills.
It's not so much, I was going to say, the other thing is that it's not use. It's not how much water you use. We're talking about the base rate, not the usage rate. Okay, you need to turn on your microphone, but.
So do I understand that every commercial place that has a residential component would be receiving 2 bills? Is that correct?
Yeah.
No. So we receive a single bill, but on that bill is included 2 base rates, and then the usage rate is split between those 2 base rates. So if we use 2,000 gallons, 1,000 is applied to the first base rate, 1,000 to the second base rate.
And that's arbitrary. That's not by a separate meter.
It is, although my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that town code now does require separate meters for buildings that are built with both,
ADUs.
with multiple, not just ADUs, but with multiple units. They're required to have separate meters. But they're, based on that 2016 ordinance, there were buildings that were grandfathered in who are still billed with a single meter, but they do have to pay for both units.
Okay, thank you.
So what would be the impact then of changing the base rate to be based on tap size or on pipe size?
Well, we would want to look at those numbers, but it has a potential to be pretty impactful. I mean, that's also the fixed number that is used in determining a lot of different decisions that the board makes. That would be that fixed number. So I think that in a bigger picture, and again, we're again with the compiling projects, if the board wanted to look into a modification of that ordinance, first we're having a rate study done that's specific to water. I think it would be interesting to bring up this conversation with RCAC and see what input they have. I can tell you that through a listserv request, I found communities are all over the board. There's communities that bill based on zone. There are communities that is specific to this type of situation do bill separate based on implementation of a separate meter for residential and commercial in a commercial zone. And there are also communities that moving in a direction like Trustee Pattison was discussing, have a standard base rate based on your tap size. So that would be, you know, if you've got a 2-inch tap, your base rate is going to be higher than someone that has a standard, 3/4 to 5/8 inch residential or small commercial tap.
Yes, Ms. Pattison.
Full disclosure, I have no idea what my tap size is, so I don't know how this would impact me personally, but I will say that this sounds like a more fair way to assess if the difference in impact to the system, if it's more accurate to say that tap size impacts that than zoning, which certainly I don't think zoning itself impacts water system use. I would like to move to that.
what if we were to see what the RCAC rate study guy, what input he has on that?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea to ask while they're looking at our water rates anyway, what they would think of that change.
I could do that. In our conversation, he has stated he would be willing to analyze other ideas and thoughts the board and town had on how we handle water rates. So.
Okay, can't you do that without a motion? Yeah, okay, great. So then we're done with this until we get some information back. All right, let's move on to consideration of the ARPA money. So included in this was a whole lot of information about what you can and cannot use that money for. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. And it basically comes down, you can use it for COVID-related expenses, you can use it for water infrastructure, you can use it for sewer infrastructure, and you can use it for broadband. 3 basic buckets that this goes into. And we have lined out, if you use water, then you have to adhere to the Safe Drinking Water Revolving Fund guidelines. And only those projects that are outlined under the Safe Drinking Water Revolving Fund guidelines are the ones that can be funded by ARPA funds. And it's, the 2 things that we looked at would be then connecting the 2 tanks, because that's absolutely included under those funds, and lining the 1 million or 2 million gallon tank. So, yes, Michelle.
So do we have a ballpark of what we estimate each of those projects to cost?
Yes, the completion of the valve vault is approximately 50,000, which we have 10,000 available, a minimum of 10,000. It may be a little bit more than that once we finish the engineering, available to go toward that out of funds that we budgeted this year for the valve vault engineering. And we've budgeted $500,000 for the tank lining, and there are built-in contingencies with that. So I did in the agenda summary form provide some information about the thought process behind this recommendation, which was also discussed, and I'll divert to Trustee Meck to speak on behalf of the Advisory Water Committee conversation at that meeting. But ultimately, I know there's been some talk about the fact that we were already budgeting to do the water lining, so tank lining, so why use these funds and why not stay with the same track? The track that we were on, and like I outlined, that track was collecting funds, and over a period of time, approximately $125,000 a year in reserve that we would then be able to leverage as grant funds and apply for grants, hopefully, and be awarded hopefully in 2023. That's really pushing the timeline that was given to us when we had the tank inspected, and the reason that was the process that was initially discussed at the board level was because, of course, we had no idea that funds would become available that could be used, and we didn't foresee any other way the town would be able to collect that amount of money in an equitable way across the town in any quicker of a fashion. So our request is not to bypass the money that we've been collecting and just say, woohoo, let's not do that anymore and we're just going to use all this money, but continue to collect those funds towards some of the other projects, the longer term projects that were suggested through JDS Hydro's preliminary report and have been recommended and brought before the board from the Advisory Water Committee, and get this project done now. Because if we don't get that valve vault down and we don't line the tank and that tank goes down and we don't have access to that tank and those water, we're going to be in a dire situation. We have to have the tank and the water collection to be able to provide the water and do those other projects that are recommended. So that's why we've ask the board to allow us to utilize those funds and some of the funds that we've got in reserve now, get that RFP out with the engineer this year so that we can do that project next year. We remove the possibility of sanctions and enforcement orders from the state because we're taking care of it before there is a complete failure of the lining.
Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. I do have a follow-up question. So with the amount that we're receiving over 2 years from ARPA, if we put 40,000 of that toward the valve, sorry, I'm going to get my words all wrong, toward the first project, and we have the remaining amount available for the tank lining, that still leaves us 170,700 and change short for the tank lining part of the project. So would that come from our current existing reserves, or how do you anticipate making up the difference, and then also making sure we budget for any potential cost overages, because that happens?
So there is contingency built in there for cost overages, and we would have to use the reserve that the board has budgeted and we've absorbed this year in the budget, as well as what we had budgeted to reserve for the 2022 budget. And then at board discretion, looking at the budget, we would ask the board to continue to build that reserve for other upcoming projects that would be part of that short-term, long-term capital improvement plan.
Ms. Mick?
So we did discuss this, both Public Works and the Advisory Water Committee, and we did a little survey over the email since we weren't able to meet and discuss this specific item. We do seem to have consensus that yes, this is something we would like to see happen. This is something we would advise the town to do. The tank lining isn't an option, and to get it done a year early would be of tremendous value to this town. We all agree on that. We had one other, I did talk to Mr. Sirianni when he was here earlier. He does want to see an ARPA master SCADA plan created to try and integrate the 1 million and 2 million gallon tanks with the SCADA program. It sounds like from talking to Mr. Loberg that money might be available already, might be budgeted for engineering, so that we can take that off the plate. But as far as priorities, we do see this as a major priority. If that tank fails, it would be the cost to replace the tank, which would be a whole lot more than $500,000. I think personally my only concern is, you say we have contingencies on this estimate. You know, have those prices gone up? Because prices have gone up a lot in the last few months. So do we know where we stand as far as what it might cost today without, of course, sending out an RFP?
I do know products has gone up. I don't believe they've gone, excuse me, up out of what we put in there for contingencies at this moment.
All right, other comments, questions from the board? Yes, Ms. Patterson.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, there is a limited amount of time we have to commit these funds according to federal guidelines. And I want to make sure that if we do approve this, that we will be moving quickly enough to get the funds completely committed for the project within the ARPA window, because otherwise we send the funds back.
And the ARPA window is very generous. So if we commit these funds, I mean, 2026 is when you have to have them expended.
Right.
And
yeah.
so this is planned to do next year, 2022. So we're well within those guidelines.
Okay. And then my other question is, based on the information provided, we as a town are required to submit our first annual report on this by October 31st of this year. So I want to make sure that the plans are in place to do that, and that report will come to the board as well.
Okay, Bill?
I move that we commit the ARPA funds, $369,232.79, to the two discussed projects, the lining of the 2 million gallon tank and the altitude valve to allow the 2 million gallon water system to provide water to the 1 million gallon.
Do I have a second? Any further discussion? All right, we have a motion on the table to commit the 360, wait, oh, Tammy, sorry.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're committing both years, is that correct?
Mhm.
Plus
Yep.
the 125 that we have in reserves, because if we have 125 in reserves 2021 and 2022, that's $250,000.
Right.
So it wouldn't need the whole 300 and,
Or we could save some of our reserves, one of the two.
okay, I just want to make sure that this motion gets done in a way that if there's money left over, we still have.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Patterson?
I was just wondering if we can formally commit those reserves right now, or if that's something we have to do as part of our budget process.
Well, the
Wait,
thing about...
Ms. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You honestly can't commit reserves you don't actually have.
So all we have is $125,000 at this
We
point.
don't have, right now, we don't even have that. You're gonna have to wait until the
That'll
year's
be the end.
over.
Okay,
and
yeah, the
see
end of
where
the year.
we're at. The reserves are only, it's not a number that you put out there, it's what's left after revenues come in and expenses are paid out.
Okay. Yeah, Bill?
The motion is only to commit to 369, nothing about reserves or anything like that. But we're going to use these ARPA funds for these two projects. Nothing about reserves or anything else. But we don't want to go down the road here and say, well, we didn't put the tank lining in and we're going to use the ARPA funds to pay sidewalks or something.
Oh, we can't. Right. Yeah.
So the way that we would address 2022 is that there would be a line item in the budget that was specific to the tank lining for wherever that comes in through the RFP.
All right, other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that motion passes. All right.
I'd like to make one more comment, if I may.
Yeah.
I just want to address, we had a citizen question earlier about why we're doing this now and not during the budget process.
Mm.
From my perspective, it's because what we're talking about are 2 years worth of funds here. And if we do it as part of our budget process, then we can really only address it 1 year at a time instead of taking the grant as a whole and looking at it that way.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, and I would add to that as well, that in order to do this project in 2022, we have to start the RFP process this year. Otherwise, we're gonna miss that window, and we need to do this project during our high flows. So we essentially would have cut it off and made it a project that we, even if it was awarded right at the beginning of 2022, we would not have been able to do it until 2023.
All right. Now, debt reserve requirements and fund balances. All right.
So we do have 10 minutes before we have to do an extension, but I would just add that I know that the board at the last meeting wanted a really simple line that just had numbers on it, and so I just wanted to provide a little bit of an explanation as to the additional information that's included in the packet. The first page is really an overview of what our requirements are and how each each different fund works and how those requirements are determined. And then that is what the covenants and requirements are. Staff's attempt to make sure that the board and the community had in front of them how those covenants are defined, how they're figured, how we base the numbers off that are provided. The numbers that you were looking for and how we figure those reserves are, I apologize for the sideways spreadsheet. Let me rotate that. Are on the actual spreadsheets that show the revenues, the expenditures, and then show the town revenues, the operating expenditures less depreciation divided by the debt service requirement. And that gives you what our debt service amount is. So I know it's complicated. It's not as simple as, believe me, I've learned a lot because I don't know these things in and out like Cindy does either, and I really appreciate her staying for this meeting because it wasn't her intent. But it's more complicated than just a simple addition of numbers and providing one number. So I did want to give an explanation as to why there is additional information in the packet beyond just the spreadsheet numbers.
All right, questions? Yes, Bill.
The AMCO bond agreement, is that for the sewer funds? Is that the sewer plant?
Yes.
Okay. And then you furnished a sheet here, financial covenants and requirements for the drinking water and water pollution control revolving fund. I have it as page 188. Let's see if that's right. Yes.
I have 190.
And this first box that you have, it says rate covenant. What is that? Is that for water? And which water loan is that?
It's Water Power Authority, and it encompasses water and sewer. And the calculation is the spreadsheet on page 192.
Well, but there's a statement down here at the bottom that says, we use your annual audited financial statements / CAFR to calculate the covenant. So it's really based upon the 2020 audited statement.
That's correct. And they have reviewed my calculation.
Okay, and what is your calculation?
We're at 193.56%. We're required to be at 110%.
And we are at 193%?
Correct.
So we are over covered on that one.
At the moment.
Okay, then this second one down here, the operation and maintenance reserves, who's that, which debt instrument's requiring that?
Which page are you on?
Same page, 188.
No, which one?
It's the bottom box.
So the operation maintenance reserve?
Yes.
That's an additional requirement.
Of the Water Power Authority?
Correct.
Okay.
All this page is Water Power Authority.
Okay.
So we have many, which I tried to point out on this first page, we have numerous different requirements from different places. AMCO requires us to keep a cash reserve. USDA, when we sold that property, requires us to maintain that money in a reserve for sewer capital improvement only. And that money is cash and sitting in COLA Trust. Then we have the Water Power Authority covenants that requires these three requirements.
The 110% and the this bottom one down here, 3 months of operations.
So the first one is the ratio. The second one is how we budget debt service, and the last one is how much reserves we maintain in separate reserves. Then on top of that, then we have our own financial reserves that we require, which is the 25%
But is
up
that
to 50%.
Is that of the enterprise funds as well?
Yes.
And what does that represent? That's what we, as a town, want to reserve?
And that is best practices.
Okay. Okay, then on this number 3 box on page 188, where do you think we're at on that one?
That is on page 198. We have to maintain in water and sewer the 25% operating. Which shows underwater. It can be split under
Okay, well,
water and sewer, but you don't have enough reserves in sewer to cover that, so that's why it's in water.
well, I ran through it, and granted, I only did the water. I didn't realize it was water and sewer. But I had us at less than $5,000 short in the water part. I'll have to take an additional look at adding the sewer into that.
So you have to take the 334,000 times 25%.
Well, you take the current assets of the system minus the current liabilities times 25%. That's what the formula is. And you look at your audited financial statement for those numbers.
Yes, and that's what was being provided previously, and why at the last meeting, the information that was provided was the audited statements, because that's the numbers that they use when they're determining what our debt service is. But at that time, the board had asked for, I'm not sure why we're having, oh, okay, I thought I was having feedback. But the board asked to see numbers to date. So that's what you have in your packet now.
Okay, all right, well, fair enough.
Okay. We are at 9:28. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting for a half an hour?
Motion to extend the meeting for a half an hour.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion passes. All right.
I don't know.
2 against 4. Make it a split and we'll see what the mayor goes. All right. Any other questions? Bill, are you finished?
Well, I believe I'm finished. We're obviously going to have this same discussion again in the budget sessions. So I think tonight you presented a little bit of data, enough to go with for right now. Thank you.
Other questions and concerns? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, I presented a question to staff and I got a response, so I have a follow-up. We have 25% reserved twice, and it's based on the response from staff, it's up to the board whether we interpret those 25% requirements as separate requirements or a combined requirement, and that we're meeting the 25% requirement if we're holding 25%, not 25 for each separate one. So I think that gives us a little bit of wiggle room, quite a bit of wiggle room actually in our reserves. And I know we say 25 to 50% is best practices, but maybe instead of setting a hard line at 50%, we use some of those funds and drop it down to 30. I don't know, this is going to be a budget discussion, but I just wanted to make sure the rest of the board had that information too, that it's our interpretation of that.
Other comments? Okay. Oh, Cindy.
So Michelle's partially correct. Part of it is board discretion. The 25% is board discussion. The other 25% is required by the agreement.
All right. Anything else from the board? All right. I think we are going to move this on to the budget sessions. So we will discuss it again. All right. Next on the agenda is the board consideration total or town line of credit renewal.
So the information's included in the packet. This line of credit has been modified from its original version over the years. We provided a little bit of that data in here. Currently, there's no recommendation to retain or close. It really is at the discretion of the board. We don't anticipate needing to use or pull from the line of credit. There was no intention included in the answering of questions to Trustee Pattison that the board has been provided. There was no intention of closing the CD, as currently the CD actually is making us more money and more basis points than the other avenues the town uses for investment of those funds.
Okay, questions? Concerns? Yeah.
I'm still curious what the terms are on the line of credit.
I did forward that. I emailed it, but it was pretty late in the day.
Oh, okay.
I don't have it in front of me, but I did forward that to the board. Let me see here. Do you have it?
The rate is, the spread is 125 basis points over the CD rate.
But staff doesn't anticipating needing the line of
we
credit.
can only, we're only allowed to do 1 year at a time.
Okay, and if we decide not to renew the line for this year, I know you can't say for sure, but you would anticipate similar terms should we need one again the following year?
Not necessarily. Then we'd have to go out for bid. If we don't continue it and keep that's 125 basis point spread, then we're going to have to rebid it, and they can do whatever the current market is.
Yeah, that's true. But you can only lock in the terms for a year anyway, right?
Well, they've been very good at continuing those terms from as long as we continue to renew it.
Okay.
But no, they're not required to.
But no, they're not required to.
Right, and they'll allow us to keep it at $0.
We've only used the line of credit 3 times in all the time that we've ever had it.
Okay, so they don't have an anticipation that it's going to revolve heavily over the next year. There's no requirement that you revolve it. Okay. All right.
It's for emergencies only, and we have no need for it right now. But you are correct. If we don't renew it, we're going to lose that spread.
Okay, that motion passes. Now we're down to the Public Works vehicle acquisition.
Okay. Again, included in the packet is information about the bids solicited. The summary of the process was attached to the packet. There are 2 vehicles that the board budgeted for in the 2021 budget. One vehicle's primary function would be used for snowplow and the sander. Is that accurate? Yes, it was the sander. And the other would be a standard Public Works vehicle. Currently, Public Works has 9 different vehicles. That includes the plow sander and the mag spreader as well. Our vehicles are pretty old in Public Works. The last vehicles Public Works attained that were newer vehicles were a transfer from the Public Safety Department to Public Works, and that's the 2014 Ford F-150s. I provided an average of the mileage. I can tell you, looking at a sheet that I was provided after I sent that email, looking at current mileage, the lowest is one of the Ford F-150s with 55,000 miles on it, but the majority of our vehicles have 185,000. They're getting high in mileage. So these 2 vehicles were budgeted vehicle acquisitions to move toward that more consistent rotation of vehicles instead of allowing them to get to the point that we're putting a lot of money in trying to maintain vehicles that are breaking down. We've been very successful doing that within the police department, and this is our first move in that direction for the Public Works Department.
Okay, questions, comments? Yes, Bill.
With, if the board approves the purchase, are you going to get rid of 2 vehicles and put them into your excess equipment to be sold?
I would get rid of 1 vehicle, and then I would keep the snow plows. So we had multiple snow plows for the last year is when we purchased the sander that would go on one of these new vehicles. So that would give us actually 2 working sanders all the time.
So you're gonna increase your, vehicle count by 1 to 10? Is that what you're saying?
Well, we've got a pickup that the motor blew up in, so that's already leaving in the vehicle, getting rid of the vehicles already. So really, we're getting rid of 2 vehicles already.
Okay, how are you getting rid of it? Is it being gonna be sold at auction?
It's included in the surplus list, yes.
Okay, so you're getting rid of 2 vehicles. Okay. And are you gonna pay for these out of capital funds, or how are you paying for these?
It's capital. It's in our capital expenditures.
Other questions? Yes, Michelle.
Yeah, so there was a talk a couple meetings ago about potentially outsourcing our parks work. How would that impact the need for vehicles in the Public Works Department?
If we were to contract out, it wouldn't impact the vehicles. One, again, is intended for snow plowing, and the other is a standard Public Works vehicle, but taking 2 out of rotation, the one would still be utilized in Public Works.
Okay. Yes, Cindy.
Just a reminder, these were in the budget.
And we did have a couple questions from the citizens. One was on vehicle acquisition and how are we planning for vehicle acquisitions?
That's exactly what I was referencing, that we've moved into a regular rotation plan for vehicle acquisitions for the police department over the last several years. That is not something that we'd ever discussed or done at the Public Works Department level. And so that's what this would be. We would be looking at acquiring these vehicles. We'll discuss with the Public Works Director where we are with our other vehicles, where their mileage is. We will utilize the asset inventory draft, which is out. The finance and personnel has that. I will get that out and provided to the rest of the board based on some feedback and direction given by the board to build that acquisition plan for our entire fleet instead of departmentally.
And that goes for our snowplow acquisitions as well. Yeah. And then will the asset inventory be provided to Public Works as well?
What do you mean?
That was the question that was asked by Suzanne about, does Public Works have the asset inventory?
The Public Works Department or
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yes, Michelle.
Have we considered purchasing used vehicles instead of brand new vehicles? Even a couple years would make a huge difference in cost.
We have, and it's. I don't know. The 2020 has been very odd in the effect that that's had on everything, and we've actually found that used vehicles are comparable in cost, if not in some situations more expensive, based on the ability to get parts for repairs and replacement.
Other questions and comments? Yeah. Anyone else? All right, can we get a motion?
I'd like to move that we authorize the purchase of the vehicles as mentioned in the packet.
Do you have a second? Yes, Bill?
I would ask that the vehicles be decaled as quickly as possible.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all in favor? Wait, oh, sorry.
I just want to make one more comment. I understand that we budgeted for this. I think, we've talked about our priorities, and we have a lot of high priorities for Public Works and how we can spend capital funds in Public Works. I just have a really hard time justifying the purchase of 2 brand new vehicles for the department. How many of those can we even use simultaneously? And I don't doubt that there is a need to upgrade our fleet at some point, but it's not like we're flush with cash and we can do this and also do all the other projects on our list. So that's why I'm not in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Do you need roll call, Amanda? All right, that motion passes. All right, next on the agenda is the mayor's report. Mine is included in the packet. I would be happy to take any questions on it. I would also like to add that County Administrator Ferguson, Mr. Nerlin, and I met with the Robbie LaValle, the Bridge and Public Works guy, the Commissioner Knutson, and their lawyer, John Bear, today to talk about the airport. And basically, the MOU is agreeable to them as well as it's agreeable to us. The only thing they ask us to do is to budget the 10% of our requirement. So we're supposed to pay 3/4 of the overlay on the east apron. Yeah, on the capital improvement. And that, our portion of that would be $9,700 and change. And we have that already in reserves for that. And so we're just going to put that in the budget this year. And they want us to include the airport in the master plan and then to look at a 5-year capital plan. And so pretty much we're all agreed.
I'm not a commissioner.
What?
You said Commissioner Knutson.
Oh, sorry. Kuntz, Case.
Commissioner Kuntz.
It is my night for words. It's not there. And then the other thing I think we need to start thinking about and coming up with some kind of criteria here is requiring masks at public meetings, what the threshold is for that, where we're going to start requiring that is going to be up to the board and Department of Public Health.
You got 3 votes for it.
Right. Right. Okay, any questions about my report? All right, let's move on to finance and personnel.
Well, we're working on the budget calendar. We met with staff and took their suggestions and had them incorporate that in the new budget calendar. So for each one of the work sessions we have scheduled, there's a goal for what we want as an outcome for that so that the budget can keep moving forward. And that'll be ready, I believe, for the next meeting. I'm asking Corinne. The budget calendar with the additions of what the outcome for each meeting will be ready for the next meeting for the board.
Yes, it will.
Okay, thank you.
Anything to add, Trustee Bettinger? All right, Government Affairs, Public Safety.
Our last meeting was held August 4th. Our meeting notes were provided the last meeting, and a copy is attached in this agenda. Our next meeting will be Wednesday, September 1st at 10 a.m.
Nothing new to report.
Hey, Tree Board?
I'm not sure where they are on the tree trimming. Do you know where they're on the tree trimming? What is it called? The tree trimming, I guess it's a workshop with Cami Long.
I don't have an update. I had one email from one committee member, but I hadn't had an update from the tree board on where they were at with that. But I'll look back at that email and reach out to Paula.
Other than that, no, there's nothing new to report for the tree board.
Okay, Advisory Water Committee.
Nothing new to report, although our last meeting was canceled. The meeting of the 18th was canceled due to lack of quorum. We are meeting 5 p.m. on September 2nd.
Okay, great. All right, last on our agenda prior to adjournment is community comment period for processes and or decisions made. Anyone like to speak to the board? Mr. Markle. Okay.
Ashley Sargent. In the paperwork that I submitted, I inadvertently included my phone number several times. It's on some of the papers, and my birth date and other personal information. So I just wondered if you could strike those.
I will redact the
Okay.
personal information.
Thank you so much. Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
Good night.
All right, Mr. Markle. Pardon? Okay, Ms. Watson.
Okay, I have several comments here. Okay, I wanted to talk about the board wish list for the budget coming from committees. That's really a private process. I'm not comfortable with that. I know when I was on the board, at one point we had a retreat that it was the board members all got together and they did wall charts and everything. And it was a very open process about what they'd like to see on the budget. It wasn't this like private wish list. That's just the way it appears to me, even if you don't think it is. Cora requests. Make more information public. There's so much information that should be available to us without having to ask for every little bit. So perhaps every piece of information you make, you fulfill with Cora, if it's like with contracts, whatever, have a receptacle so you don't have to always like dig it up again for different people. Have a place on the website where we have a more comprehensive inclusion of public information. Something that's really weird is we were told at the beginning of this meeting that we have to come up to the podium and state our name, and we have to it's required now that we tell you what street we live on. Well, I'd like to know how many public comments you received about agenda items by email. That it's not fair that I get to go up and tell my name to the whole world on YouTube, and it'll be on the computer in perpetuity. But there are people that can make comments that don't have to disclose their names, and you don't even let us know what their comments were. And I do know there were comments made about the meeting, the comment period that you're restricting us. So there are people that are commenting, but you're not letting us know. I don't get the benefit of knowing what they're saying, but they can listen to everything I'm saying and rebut it, and that's not fair. It's really one-sided. Okay, I was reading in the administrator's report, there's a planning commission training in Delta. Well, is the Board of Adjustment going to be invited to this? Delta doesn't have a Board of Adjustment. They're a home rule city, and the planning commission covers Board of Adjustment topics. So I would suggest that the Board of Adjustment get to participate in this because it might have training topics that would be very relevant to the Board of Adjustment. That being said, the whole process about the appointment of Board of Adjustment members, can you repeat what the motion that was made? You had 4 members that were chosen, and then what was the motion for the 5th member? I didn't hear what happened.
It was just a motion to approve or to appoint Ms.
Okay.
Tvevnik.
Okay, because I'd like to point out you're contradicting your ordinance. That's for the Board of Appeals. But if you go to 2 dash, see it's right here, 2-8 dash 20, it's the Board of Adjustment, and it shall have 5 members, and 1 membership shall be filled by a current member of the Planning Commission. So the Board of Adjustment, by our ordinances, has to have a member of the Planning Commission. And I don't think your Board of Appeals ordinance, Board of Adjustment, Board of Appeals overrules that because they actually do acknowledge the Board of Adjustment. So there's something wrong there. Of course, I don't know, who is the member from the Planning Commission? I mean, it seems like we should have a member and how do you officially dissolve their position while you're reappointing this whole board? Was anybody appointed from the Planning Commission from this board, or did we not? Okay, so we didn't follow through on that. So there needs to be a member from the Planning Commission on the Board of Adjustment. I could see perhaps they're not qualified to rule on building matters, and maybe you want that extra person for the Board of Appeals to be someone who's very qualified, but the Board of Adjustment might have a different makeup if you look at your ordinances, and I was going to comment on that, but I didn't have the ability to at the time. So before you voted, I had my hand raised, but I was ignored. So hopefully that can be cleaned up. The ARPA grant, I appreciate you bringing the information forward on that. The comments that I made before I heard Corinne's explanation, I probably wouldn't have asked my question, but thanks for answering it anyway. It was, I was satisfied with the explanations I got. And then the other concern I have is the stuff that gets put in front of you at the last moment that we're not privy to. And one was the attorney's report. I know, but you verbally gave an attorney's report. And so how could I comment at the beginning of a meeting on a report that was not available for me to even hear? So I have a concern about these reports that we don't even get to hear about. I was a little wondering about this snowplow acquisition because I was looking at ClearGov on the website. And I was only seeing capital improvement fund, $45,000 rolled over for a snowplow. And I didn't see anything about $90,000. So there's this other budget sheet that was put in front of us. And I don't know if it's fabricated because it doesn't seem to align with what I was seeing in ClearGov. So where's the information? I mean, I don't know. I don't know, was that really in the budget? Because it's not on the ClearGov site from what I can find, so I'd like an answer to that. And then finally, there was a citizen that came in the beginning of the meeting, and they had a concern, and I'd like to know what is the appropriate manner to get action from the administration and staff if people have been stonewalled for years and years. So someone came to the board and they voiced their complaint, but what's the, I mean, I know you don't want to micromanage people as far as staff or tell them how to do their job, but what happens if the staff is stonewalling people and not getting things done? What happens? What's the process? Because people go home and they wonder, well, what just happened? Is anything going to happen? Did I get heard? How do you proceed with citizen concerns? And this was about the water line specifically. I don't know, I mean, how do people get resolution? How do they know the staff is going to like work with them? How do they get resolution? Because it hasn't happened for 6 years. And I'm asking you this question, and I don't know how I'm ever going to get an answer. So, I mean, it's like we're in this funny like zone right now that it's just really uncomfortable. So, I think primarily, I'd like the Board of Adjustment issue corrected. That's going to be something that there's a conflict with our own ordinances.
We have combined the Board of Adjustment and Board of Appeals into one single board.
Yes, but it didn't repeal the Board of Appeals. I didn't repeal the Board of Adjustment.
Does it not have a severability thing on the bottom of it?
No, because actually in that Board of Appeals ordinance that I don't have in front of me anymore, it did say something about not conflicting with the Board of Adjustments. There's I think, I'm just off the top of my head, so perhaps.
Ms. Patterson?
Yeah, so we didn't actually combine the two boards. They're two separate boards. But what we said was that the members of the Board of Appeals would also serve as the members of the Board of Adjustment unless otherwise conflicted.
Yeah. So it's conflicted because our Board of Adjustment asks for a Planning Commission member. That's where the conflict is.
Oh, we do? No.
It would have been nice to have all these ordinances in the packet while you guys were, and to be a little bit more prepared for this topic. That would have been nice to have in the packet. But, okay, thank you.
And Mayor, what I was going to say was that I do believe that the way that this meeting was set up and designed was that this would be an opportunity for members of the community to ask questions and they would get a response. So I would defer to board members to respond as far as it comes to as far as how to proceed with follow-up on the situation with the water line. I would object to a statement that staff has stonewalled or been unwilling to speak to or try to provide any kind of guidance to that specific homeowner, because from my own position, that is inaccurate. I did provide information on the history and the issues with the water line, which has been discussed and provided to the homeowner on multiple occasions. And should the board want to take on some type of an action to assist a homeowner with something that's outside the ordinance, that would be at the board's discretion to direct staff to do that. Costs associated with that and hangups with that have been provided to the board.
Okay, thank you. All right, we still have one citizen who wants to talk, and there's only 3 minutes left. So can we extend the meeting?
Move that we extend the meeting 15 minutes.
Okay.
Will that be enough time, Thomas?
It's 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I move that we extend the meeting for 10 minutes.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here to apologize and be grateful and chew you out, so I'll be brief. First, I apologize for being here. I've had a mild sore throat for the past 2 days. I had a COVID test today. That's why I wasn't at the meeting, but I thought it was important that I actually show up to thank you. On the discussion today, she was totally in the dark. And thanks for actually taking a look at the double. Did it? Okay. But I've been bringing this topic up for 4 years. I've been to more meetings than almost anybody in this room, probably except Corinne, and received no answer from anyone, no follow-up from anyone at all. Okay? So finally, I guess I mentioned that Bill did send us an email, and I guess it was probably just my naive nature, thinking that, you know, I would ask and somebody might take an interest in my problem, or maybe that I stood up here and told you all how to fight a $27 billion corporation, and that someone who could do that might have a valid complaint. So finally, I put a meeting together with Bo and Corinne and Mary and asked if I had to sue you guys for the difference in money that I was owed. And that actually made some action. And if you look at Bo's letter, he's asking you whether or not you should follow ordinances in his letter. He says, this is what we've been doing. Should we continue to do it this way? And it's contrary to your ordinances, how you've been doing it. So, I wonder how many other problems and injustices you might be ignoring of people coming up here and actually telling you, and you do nothing, you know? How many injustices have been kept from you? How many do people bring to staff that you never hear about? Because people don't want to stand up here and make a public speech and be browbeaten and talked about and put themselves on the spot. People have fear of public speaking. They have fear of retribution, right? So I talked with 2 people last week out of the blue who brought their concerns to me about their interactions with town and how they've been treated unfairly, ignored, their interactions have been poorly managed, but they're just going to roll with it and pay more money, deal with it, because they don't want to have the headache of what I've been having to go through. They feel comfortable telling me because obviously I'm already here, so why not, you know? So please, and thank you for taking Bill's proposal for recourse seriously, Bill Brenner's proposal seriously. And I hope that the late hour indicates to you guys that perhaps it's not the public that's been making meetings run long. It's just the nature of the meetings. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, then, that being done, I'm calling this meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
But can I, sorry, I know you just said it, but before you adjourn the meeting, can I say something?
Yeah.
So we did the comment period the way we did tonight as a test to see how it goes. I think based on some of the feedback we've received, we've still got some adjustments to make this something that works for everybody. For one, if we're going to have people comment at the beginning of meetings, then they need to have full information to be able to do that. And two, we don't have a clear process on how the board can respond to any comment that we receive from the public. So I would like us, I know this was a test, this isn't a finished final thing, but I wonder if we could get this on an agenda for an upcoming meeting to discuss how this went and what changes we might want to make. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Noted. Put it on the agenda. All right. I adjourn the meeting.